Best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Welcome in, Braves Country. Folks that are out there listening to us on 99.1 FM, good day to you. And those of you on YouTube, good day to you. As, what was it not a great day for everyone in the Braves Country? By the way, you'll see the description said JJ was going to join us. Well, all I can tell you is this. Much like the Philadelphia Phillies, the last couple of nights in Philadelphia against the Arizona Diamondbacks, he hasn't shown up. So we'll see. I've reached out to him. We'll see what happens. But regardless, we are going to go ahead and fire up the show because we got a lot to get into, a little time to do it, and time is valuable. So let's go ahead and get into it. So, the first thing that becomes very obvious in this is that it's extremely ironic for those of us in Braves Country. Because all we heard after losing to Philadelphia in a 5-game series, mind you, where it's really easy to run into a team that's hot, which I think is what what happened. I also felt like our bats were extremely cold. And whether or not you want to blame it on the layoff, whatever you want to blame it on, I don't really care at this point. I know they've got to fix it. I know that you can't continue to do the same thing over and over and expect different results. And I believe that when it's all said and done, the goal is to go out there and win the championship. And if you're not getting it done, then something has got to change. And I talked about this in our last video, where I believe that, honestly, the Atlanta Braves need to get some fire in that dugout. And it's not just joining up with certain free agents you can bring in. I also believe that you need somebody, and I don't really give a damn who it is at this point, but you need somebody who can go in there and fire up the troops from the managerial side. And I think we might have a lot of complacent personalities in there. So that's number one. That's number one with the bullet, is that Atlanta's got to do that. But what happened to the Phillies? Because the Phillies were supposedly going to march on through to the World Series because they knocked off the big bad wolf, the Atlanta Braves. And that was going to prove to be an easy route because they do not have to face the Dodgers. They didn't have to face the Brewers. No, they were going to have to face the Arizona Diamondbacks. What were they, 84 wins, somewhere in that neighborhood? And it became kind of ironic because they ran into a team that was very hot themselves, just like last year. A team that nobody believes was the best team in the National League, but got to the World Series, just like last year. And just like last year, they may fall short to the Texas Rangers, but they got themselves a pennant. And you can say and do whatever you want when it comes to Major League Baseball and your accomplishments, but there's a few things that matter when it's all said and done. And I'm not talking about the personal accolades. I'm talking about there's only a few things that really matter. Number one is a World Series championship. We know that. Number two would be a pennant. We all know that. Number three is your division flag. We don't call those pennants, division crowns, division championships. Philadelphia Phillies didn't get any of them. And that's got to be eating at them. And maybe that's why JJ didn't show up today. I don't know. I put it out there for him. He said that he was going to come on, and now he's backstroke. So I'm hoping everything's okay. Considering everything going on in the world, on a serious note, I hope everything is okay. But we will move on and talk about this series because I'm going to give you my thoughts. First of all, I don't think it's that simple, cut and dry to call something a choke. Because this Philadelphia Phillies team showed up in big moments this season. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't have gotten to where they are. So I don't know if I'm convinced that it's a choke job. But you do wonder, did they take the Arizona Diamondbacks a little lightly? And I think that's very, very likely. I think you're talking about a situation where the Diamondbacks were not looked upon as the end all that beats all. They were looked upon as a team that got hot, that beat an underachieving Dodgers team, and they're going to get what's coming to them when they face the Phillies because that raucous crowd. Remember, that's all we heard about? That raucous crowd, and it's the greatest atmosphere. Oh, my God, it's so great to watch that. Where the hell was that crowd at? And by the way, there were videos after the game that I'm sure most of y'all have seen where they're interviewing Philly fans and asking them what happened. And they turn on their team quicker than anything I've ever seen. They are still undefeated at being the worst fans in sports. And I know a lot of the fans believe that they're the best fans because they're going to say they're passionate. But they're so quick to turn on them. You never get this from a Philly fan. We lost to the better team. We didn't show up. Hats off to them. Blah, blah. No, everything sucks and you got to tear it down. And, instantly the videos I saw were folks turning on Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, and there was someone else. I'm trying to think of who it was that they were blaming. But those were the main ones, basically saying that we have this $700 million free agents that went 0 for 12. So as just an outside observer, I don't know why anybody would want to go play for that fan base. I really don't. And you can sit there and say, well, because the crowds, man, they really show up and they're passionate. Crowds show up and are passionate in a lot of areas. You think the Braves Truist Park is not a raucous sight when things are going well? You're damn right it is. You don't see the Braves fans. Now, there's always a few jerks out there, but you don't see them in the numbers turn on their team like Philadelphia's fan base does. And it really is a shame because I have met some really good Philadelphia fans, some ones that have been just outstanding overall knowledgeable fans over the years. But all in all, there's a reason why they have the reputation that they do, and they quickly turn on them. I remember watching a video in Game 6, and this set the tone for Game 7. In Game 6, there were people filing out of the stadium in the 8th inning. The 8th inning with their team trailing by 4 runs. There's no way in hell that would happen in Atlanta. We always believe in our offense. Always. They may not come through, but we're there till the bitter end. Yeah, there might be one or two jerks, but I'm talking about there was droves of people going on. And how to everybody in all the chats, we're streaming on a few different platforms today. So, but the main thing on this is, what in the world are they doing leaving a stadium in the NLCS Game 6? You're only trailing by 4. If it was 11-1, I get it. You got to beat traffic. 5-1 with that offense? You're trying to tell me they can't stream some hits together, have an incredible comeback, and then let's say it happens. How the hell do you ever look any other fan in the eye when you say, well, I left early because we were trailing by what is literally 4? You're talking about 4 runs in a Major League Baseball game nowadays, with home runs. You don't have to get it on the grand slam, a bloop and a blast, a bleeder, a single, bases clearing double. You're tied. I mean, there's so many ways to get back in that game. So I do think that set the tone. I do realize you go into Game 7 and they really had a rough go of it because they ran into Brandon Pfaadt, who pitched amazing. But before we go there, where was this series lost? I think you can easily go back to Game 4 and say that's where they lost the series. And that part's going to get overlooked by most fans. And that's why we were planning on having JJ here, but he's a no-show like the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 5 of Game 6. I'm just giving you a hard time, JJ, but truth hurts, baby. Truth hurts. You didn't show. When you get this going in the right direction for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and you get into the Game 4, and this Philadelphia Philly team, now realize they're up 2-1. They are up 5-2 going into the bottom of the 7th. They give up the 1 run. It's 5-3. Okay, whatever. And then this is where the doors fell off. They brought in Kimbrel. Really strange they brought him in as early as they did. He's not used to coming into the 8th inning. And he ended up being their ultimate downfall. But they blew their chance at putting a stranglehold on that series, up 5-2 in the 7th, 5-3 going into the bottom of the 8th. And they absolutely fell apart in the bottom of the 8th. The first thing that you get in the 8th, Kimbrels comes on, and you still have a 2-run lead, and you're supposed to have this phenomenal bullpen that everyone kept bragging about. And Craig Kimbrel comes in, he gives up a double to Gurriel. Then Thomas homers to make it. By the way, what a great job by Arizona to bring in Alek Thomas at that point. He hits a 412-foot blast to score Gurriel. The game is now tied. Kimbrel goes and strikes out the next batter, Perdomo. Then Marte singles. Carroll's hit by a pitch. Alvarado comes in, and Marte comes around to score off of Moreno's single. That gets them the 1-run lead. And at that 1-run lead, 6-5, the unsung hero of this entire series that no one really talked about going into it much. But, man, Sewald was phenomenal. He really was a big, big acquisition and a unbelievable shutdown closer. He comes in the 9th inning and strikes out the side. And that's bad enough if you're a Philadelphia fan. But he strikes out Marsh, Cave, and then after Schwarber doubled to right, and you're like, uh-oh, here we go. Tying run on second. Trey Turner strikes out swinging. And so then we go into Game 6, In game 6, look, they're still in control of the entire series because they won game 5 after having that heartbreaker in game 4. They went out and rode Zach Wheeler to a dominant performance, and they got a 3-2 lead. But what we really found out about the Philadelphia Phillies in 2023 was this. If Zach Wheeler was not on the mound, they were a very average to above average baseball team. They were not a dominant team. And I believe they would have gotten smoked in the World Series had they won game number 7. Because remember, Wheeler came in and pitched the last few innings. We'll get into that in a second. But he wouldn't have been prepared to pitch after using him that much on short rest, etc. You would have had to have wait game 2, probably game 3, to be honest. Give him an extra several days of rest. That probably would have been the only option. So, anyways, we move on from that and we go to game number 6. It's in Philadelphia. And this is a game where you expect, or the Philly fans expected, Aaron Nola to go out and dominate. Now, look, he pitched well against the Braves. I don't know what it is, but he tends to pitch well against the Braves. But Aaron Nola has not been the Aaron Nola of previous years this year. And it showed up in that game 6. You know, this year, regular season, Aaron Nola, he had a 4.46 ERA. He had a 1.15 whip, which tells you there's not a lot of guys on the base paths. But also what it shows you is he was giving up a lot of runs. Gave up 32 home runs this year. 2 more in the postseason, but I'm just going off the regular season numbers. 32 home runs in 193 innings. He pitched 32 games. That means he's giving up a home run every damn night that he goes out there. And that was supposed to be their lockdown second start. I believe Philadelphia is going to let him walk, and I think they're going to go after who they believe is a second ace. They may bring him back, but I believe Philadelphia is going to go make an actual run. Probably at Blake Snell would be my guess. We'll see where Snell ends up. That's going to be my guess because Philadelphia, Dombrowski, they do not build within. Their answer to everything is throw money at it, and I expect them to do the same. So Nola goes out in game number 6, and he goes 4 1/3 inning, gives up 4 earned runs. It wasn't an awful outing, but it's not what you expect from a big-time situation at home, able to close out it's barely above average offense in Arizona. They got a lot of holes in that lineup. A lot of holes. He gave up a home run to Pham in the second. He gave up a home run to Gurriel in the second. And they were quickly down 3-0. Philly scratched back and got a run, made it 3-1. And then they went right back at him and ended up scoring a 4th run in the 5th and then finishing it off in the 7th. 5-1. They could not do anything against that Arizona bullpen. And I think it shocked a lot of people because I think a lot of folks thought that Philadelphia had this great offense and they couldn't be slowed down. And who the hell is Arizona? I'll tell you what, you got to give credit to Merrill Kelly, too. If you watch that game, he was in danger of getting knocked out in that second inning, and he regrouped and ended up firing 5 innings of 1-run ball. Thompson did a great job. Sal Frank did a great job. Ginkel was phenomenal, and then Sewald did Sewald-type things. Came in, clean inning, struck out 2. I don't think a lot of folks understood the acquisition of Paul Sewald being this great move. But I'm telling you, 33-year-old veteran, whose ERA, by the way, in the regular season was 3.12. That's the most dumbfounding part about this. He was traded by Seattle at the deadline. Seattle had enough of him. He was traded by the Seattle Mariners, who were trying to win. The Mariners, you remember at the end of the season, they were right there for the division, not to mention a wild card, the whole 9 yards. They were right there, and they traded away a very good right-handed pitcher, reliever. He was their closer, for God's sakes. He had 21 saves. The funniest part that I didn't realize about this story, do you realize his last outing before he was traded was against Arizona, and it was a save? And Arizona saw something in him. It wasn't a clean inning. He walked one, struck out one, but they saw something in him, and they said, let's go get him. What a great job by the front office of Arizona to add that. So, because I'll tell you what, if they don't have Sewald, that bullpen's looks a lot different. I don't know if they even make the playoffs, much less knock out Milwaukee or the Dodgers. They've gone through the gauntlet now, and now they're heading to the World Series. So game number 6 was just an absolute disaster. Aaron Nola did Aaron Nola type things. I say this all the time. Aaron Nola is a very hittable pitcher unless you have an Atlanta Braves jersey on. You have an Atlanta Braves jersey on, all of a sudden the dude can do no wrong, and he's just firing. I mean, he looks like damn Roy Halladay reinvented. It really is unbelievable every damn time. But against other teams, he does a lot like what we saw in Game 6. So you go to Game 7, and once you get to a Game 7, everybody knows, or they should know, anybody can win a damn Game 7. And that's why you can't let it get there if you're Philadelphia. Because in a 7-game series, much different than a 3-game or a 5-game series, in a 7-game series, the cream should rise to the top. They go out and they start Ranger Suarez, who honestly was not pitching that poorly, but I did feel like they left him in a little too long. Suarez typically, I'm not talking about a regular season game. I'm talking about in a Game 7 situation. In the playoffs, you got everybody at your disposal. But this just kind of tells me where Rob Thompson was as far as trusting his bullpen. I don't think he trusted very many pieces in that bullpen to get him very far. So he went from Suarez to Hoffman immediately. I mean, that guy right there is essentially a setup guy. Then to Alvarado. By the way, Alvarado got one out. One out. Gave up two hits, gave up a run. That's a huge disappointment for the Phillies. For him to give up, not only give up a run, but he only got one out. So then Wheeler comes in and spells an inning in 2/3, throws 30 pitches off of 2 days rest. All in all, was, when you put it in that lens, he was phenomenal. He was unreal. But you go to Strom, so they build it Suarez to Hoffman to Alvarado, Wheeler to Strom, and that's probably how they had it played out in their head. But I felt like that when I was watching this, I felt like they were trying to squeeze every last drop out of Suarez because they did not want to use anyone other than the pitchers that I just mentioned, and they were trying to figure out a way to get there. And so because of that, they literally left him in, I would say, about an inning too long. If you go to the top of the 5th, Rivera singles to lead it off. Perdomo's sacrifice to the pitcher, and Rivera goes to second. Marte strikes out. I think at that point, they're like, all right, we're going to get through. And then Corbin Carroll with a huge single to center off of Suarez. And look, I understand why they left him in there at that point, because if you've gone that far, you might as well. It's lefty-lefty matchup. There's 2 outs. But he gives up the run there, and then Hoffman comes in. Corbin Carroll, by the way, is he not fun to watch? Corbin Carroll steals second, and then Moreno singled to right. Carroll scores. Moreno was thrown out second, what was basically, I think he thought he was needing to do it to make sure they scored that run. But he did not really need to do it that way because Carroll was going to score. Moreno did not need to get caught in the pickle between first and second. But that's how that inning ended. They now have a 1-run lead. It's 3-2. They're cruising along. And then Alvarado gives up a single to Perdomo in the 7th. Marte doubles to right. Perdomo gets to third. Good defensive relay, by the way, to keep that second and third. And now you've got Carroll hits a sack fly to right. They make it 4-2. And the way the Phillies offense just did not show up in those last two games, it really felt like that 2-run lead was more like a 7-run lead. And you get into the final couple of innings. By the way, if you look at this this is game 7. Schwarber 1 for 3. And look, the hardest thing to do in baseball is to hit it and hit it safely. So I'm not going to kill guys for not getting hits, but it's very glaring to a Philadelphia fan when you see Trey Turner go 0 for 4, Bryce Harper go 0 for 4, and Nick Castellanos go 0 for 4. Their 3 biggest bats all postseason long. And if you add in Real Muto and you add in Schwarber, they only got 2 more hits apiece. The big 5 on that team, they get 2 base hits in that final game. 2 for 19 in a game 7 against a rookie pitcher, mind you. Brandon Pfaadt goes out there, and it was an impressive outing by Pfaadt. Absolutely impressive outing by Pfaadt. But Brandon Pfaadt goes out there and goes 4 innings, 2 earned runs. I felt like they probably could have gotten another inning or so out of him, but they believed in their bullpen, and they played it like an orchestra. Mantiply to Thompson to Sal Frank to Ginkel, Sewald. Talked about this earlier, but if you're just joining us, those guys were absolutely phenomenal. And Ginkel, to me, was the glue, because for him to go in and go 1 2/3 really set the tone, because Sal Frank comes in, gets 1/3 of an out, really more of a specialist, and they have to go get Ginkel when they're in hot water. And Ginkel not only gets him out of that inning, but then gives him another inning, setting him up going into the 9th with a 2-run lead. And the way Sewald was pitching, you just really did not feel like the bottom of that lineup was going to get a base hit. And what I would have liked to have asked JJ had he shown up, earlier in the game, they pinch hitted Pache for Rojas. And I don't get that, because I don't feel like that gave you any kind of an advantage. And Rojas has the speed where if he gets on, he can cause problems. Pache did not get a base hit. He did get a walk. I'll give him credit on that, but I thought that was an odd play. And then you get to the final part of the game. Jake Cave is your pinch hitter. I saw some fans on Twitter and whatnot wanting to kill Jake Cave for not coming through. Come on. You're down to 1 out. This is the guy on the end of your bench, and you're going to put it all on him. Because in their mind, in their delusional mind, they think that Schwarber's going to hit a 2-run jack. And look, he could. Schwarber's a hell of a damn batter. We get that. Schwarber also hits under 200. So just as much a chance of him hitting a home run, there's a more likely chance he either strikes out and complains to the umpire and says it's his fault, or he pops it up. So it wasn't a foregone conclusion. He was a part of 5 guys. They're 5 main guys who went a combined 2 for 19 in Game 7. You can't have that. And as much as we had to hear about how the Braves bats didn't show up and how the Braves didn't do this and the Braves didn't do that, I'd be lying if I said us us in Braves country weren't smiling. I mean, to basically see what happened to Philly is almost the exact same thing to happen to Atlanta. The only difference is Atlanta got jobbed in a 5-game series. They also got the advantage of Philadelphia getting an extra day off. Because if you remember why that was big, not to mention the fact they just got to reset themselves because of the dopey way that Major League Baseball has done what they've done with the postseason. But the reason why that is big is because you could go in a game one, as they did with Suarez on the mound, and be extremely aggressive with your bullpen because you know you have the next day off, and then they were going to have Zach Wheeler, who still contends to be one of the best there is in baseball. I don't know if there's many right-handers I would rather have on the mound. This coming from a Braves fan who can't stand the Phillies, can't stand the Mets, and that's all Zach Wheeler's ever been. And I don't know if there's a better right-hander in baseball today in a playoff situation than Zach Wheeler. He's got that stuff that plays. That dopey way that they set up the playoffs is one of the things that really puts the death nail on you. It really does. It puts an absolute death nail on you. And when you go out there time after time after time and you see the way that the Philadelphia Phillies did not show up in this series. If you go to game 6, by the way, so they lose game 7, of course, that's the one everyone focuses on. I still contend that the game that they lost this whole series in was game number 4. You had a commanding lead. You didn't shut it down. And I think a lot of Philly fans would say that it was poorly executed. But you go to game number 6, and that was an absolute disaster as well. They only scored 1 run off of 6 hits. Schwarber did walk twice. He was 0 for 2, but I still count walks just as important as a base hit. So it's not like he didn't do anything. But Turner, 0 for 4. Harper, 0 for 3. He did get a walk. Castellanos, 0 for 4. Their big guys didn't show up again. And it was back-to-back games in the bank, as we have been told time and time again, that this is just an unbelievable atmosphere. Go in there and beat them. They didn't just beat you, they shut you down. I think Philly fans could eat this a little better if somehow they went in and they won or lost both games, but they were high-scoring affairs. And the pitching just didn't have it, and tip your cap, et cetera, et cetera. And I get that because I would be right there with them. But the fact that the Philadelphia Phillies did not score in these 2 games, it scored 3 runs in 2 games, 3 runs in 18 innings. One of the things that surprised me the most, Alec Bohm was really the only one that really showed up in that 2-game series, which is essentially what it was. You need 1 damn win at home, and I'm telling you, this is going to linger. And I think most Philly fans think it's going to motivate them, blah, blah, blah. I think this is going to linger next year. It's going to be a sour taste in their mouth, just like the way the Mets folded against the Padres. I do wonder how the Braves are going to come out next year. And the greatest part of this entire situation, if you're an Atlanta Braves fan, do you realize we open the season next year? Opening day is in Philadelphia for the Atlanta Braves. You know how bad that would have sucked to have to watch them raise an NLCS or even worse, a World Series banner? Instead, it's going to be a whole lot of, You didn't even get a pennant.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Let me see. I got some questions here. Let me hit the ones on our YouTube chat first. Got Texas in game 1. Who I haven't really looked at it. I haven't looked at the pitching matchups. I haven't planning on going over that kind of stuff tomorrow. But the thing I think the thing that I like the most, if you're looking at Braves news, y'all might have missed this. Pierce Johnson it was announced, has signed a 2-year extension. And to me, that's going to be huge. So Pierce Johnson, and look, I know a lot of folks are probably like, whatever, because I saw some really negative comments when the news broke. I don't think people realize how good Pierce Johnson was. And to get him in essentially the prime of his career to sign a 2-year deal, and what was it, 7.5 that he signed for? Eovaldi versus Gallen, if we're just talking about game one, I would tend to side with Texas. Gallen, to me, has not shown up. That's going to be the biggest thing for them, but getting sidetracked a little bit. Pierce Johnson signing with the Atlanta Braves that was one of the pieces I thought might walk. And the fact that he was willing to stay tells you, A, he likes it there. That's number one. And number two, they got a really good back of the bullpen arm for the next few days. Next few years, excuse me. So it was 2 years. It was originally reported as 7.5 per year, but it looks like it's 14.25 for 2. So just over 7 a year. And of course, as soon as the World Series ends, we're going to start seeing a lot of other deals breaking. And we'll be doing this every time that there's a big deal done by the Braves. We will pop in here. But I'm looking at it big picture for the Braves, and you get Pierce Johnson nailed down. And we talked about some of the other moves that they may or may not do. I think this tells you the writing on the wall. Thankfully, I believe Colin McHugh is gone. Because if they're spending $7 a year on Pierce, they're not going $6 on Colin. It probably means that Kirby Yates is gone too. And we went over his numbers the other day. Basically, if you keep him, it's going to cost you an extra $4.5 million because he has a 1.25 to cut him, and it's 5.75 to keep him. So your big question is, are you going to find pitchers of that caliber at 4.5? And that's to me is that one and the Eddie Rosario one is the biggest question marks that I have for the 2024 offseason. As far as I don't really have a strong feeling on which way they're going to go. I know what I would like to see. I would like to see them move on from Eddie Rosario. $9 million, and there's no buyout. So they just kick him. And assuming Charlie Morton retires, and I think there's a good chance that he does, that's $29 million off the jump. And if you want to take it into that frame, into that focus, and say, all right, we kick the $29 million and you get rid of Kirby Yates, then you're up to 33 plus. And then, of course, all the other numbers. You know, realistically, we're talking about a team that would have quite a bit of money to spend during the offseason. They also have quite a bit of holes. Let's not act like we're going to bring everybody back in our mind and be able to spend all this money on other players. There's going to be some holes. There is no Kyle Wright for 2024. He's done. Shoulder surgery. Bye. There's a good possibility that Soroka's gone, and if he's not gone, my God, what can you expect from him? But back to put a stamp on the original subject, and then we'll circle back to the Braves. The biggest question, because we put it in the headline, did the Phillies choke, or were the Diamondbacks the better team? The Phillies choked. The Philadelphia Phillies choked. And that might motivate them to be even better next year. But if Braves fans look at themselves in the eye and look at it realistically, the Braves choked in 2023. They did. 2022, I felt like they ran out of gas. 23, everything was set up. And I don't know if they were too tight going in. I don't know what the answer is. If you win the division next year, how the hell do you fix this? Because obviously not playing in the first round has a cost. But at the same token, you could just as easily get bounced in a 3-game series and be pissed off about it. Like the Mets did. So the answer is not, well, just make sure you don't win the division. Let's go. No, because you could get that same issue going into a 3-game series where there's even less room for error. So I still think you want to win the division, but they've got to fix something. They got to fix something in that clubhouse. I don't know if it's either one or two things with Snicker. Either A, he's got them so wound up, balled up like a tight little knot, that he does not allow them to just go out there and play, and he's putting pressure on them. Or he's doing the exact opposite and has them going in going, guys, it'll be fine. You'll figure it out. And the next thing you know, you're down 2-1, and the next thing you know, you're bounced. Something's going on. And the biggest thing that managers do in 2023 over any other time in baseball, it's manage the guys in the clubhouse, manage their personalities, et cetera, et cetera. And I know they're not getting rid of Snicker. You know they're not getting rid of Snicker. Snicker's not walking away. We have Snicker for 2023. It just is what it is. Whether you like him, love him, whatever. I'm a little bit in the middle. There are things that I love about Snicker. There are things that drives me nuts about him. But I talk about this a lot during the broadcast during the season that drives me crazy, that you never see the competitive fire in his belly in 162 games. And I don't like that. I want to see a manager raise hell when hell needs to be raised. I don't want him to overdo it. I don't want him to be at the point where he's like doing it, and the next thing you know, everybody's rolling their eyes going, here he goes again. You got to pick your spots. Did Bobby Cox do a little too much? Yeah, he did. I feel like there was times that he did what he did, getting kicked out of games, and it didn't help the team at all because he just did it 2 days before. But the thing about Bobby Cox, and once again, he only won one championship too, so I can't sit here and act like Bobby Cox was, he wasn't Casey Stengel, okay? So let's just calm that down. But the thing about Bobby Cox was you knew he gave a damn. And there are times, not just watching him in the dugout or not watching him because the camera's never on because he's never doing anything. It's not just the post game, but it's also this, and this is the part that hits me the most. If you look at it in a nutshell, when he is being interviewed day in and day out, and I'm talking about April 24th, June 17th, July 20th, late August, early October, it doesn't matter. He gets the same crap from him over and over. And it's basically the steady hand. We're going to be okay. Don't overreact. It's just a loss. Blah, blah, blah. And he said some things in the post-game interview after we went down 2-1 that you didn't like to hear. And one of the things that he said, I get where his mindset was, but I didn't like the delivery. He said, well, I like where we're at. I like our spot. We got 2 really good pitchers going the next 2 nights. I like our spot. I would have liked to have seen more of a reaction of, we got to get it going. We got to find a way to get the offense rolling. We got to do something because this isn't working. That's what I would have liked to have seen. But instead, what we got was a bunch of gobbledygook about how everything's going to be all right. Well, it wasn't all right. And I go back to what one of the Braves fans said to one of the beat writers shortly after we were eliminated. And he threw it in his face, and the beat writer got ticked off. And he tried to come back with a bunch of different scenarios that basically was saying, well, no one could see this coming. But the guy put it in the simplest terms that anybody could put it. And he was right. Whether the beat writer wanted to admit it or not, he was right. Guarantee he admitted it behind closed doors. But on social media, he's still tongue-bathing the organization, so he doesn't want to say anything wrong. But, I mean, you could have just let the guy you could have just not answered the guy, but he did answer him. The guy's comment was, he was talking about the pitching and how bad of a mess we were in when Elder went out there and got blown up. And that was really the game that lost us the series, if you think about it, because we were not prepared to have a third starter in that series. If we had a capable third starter in that game, what if the Braves win that game? And if they win that game, maybe the Braves are a little more relaxed going into game 4. And maybe, look, Spencer Strider was phenomenal. Can't take anything away from him. He didn't get the win, but that's not because he gave up 8 runs. It's because he gave up 3. And the Braves didn't do a damn thing at the plate. But he said, we were told all along, all summer long, the pitching was going to be okay, and it was not okay. And that's as simple as you can put it in any term. We were told it was going to be okay, and it was not okay. It wasn't. And you could see it unfolding. And we talked about it, and this is not revisionist history because we talked about it on this very damn show. Going into the deadline, they need to go get a starter. What the hell are they doing? You know, Texas went out there and got Jordan Montgomery, and look where they're at. I know they also got Max Scherzer, so not everything works out. But look, they showed they were willing to go after. You're trying to tell me Jordan Montgomery being added to that Atlanta Braves staff at the deadline doesn't put us in the World Series? It absolutely does. Because if you could have rolled out in a 5-game series, Strider, Max Fried, Jordan Montgomery, Strider, Max Fried, you're not beating that team 3 out of 5 times. You're just not. You're not going to score enough runs in those 45 innings to outscore the Atlanta runs in 45. You're just not. And you see how damn good Jordan Montgomery is going to, when he becomes a free agent, he is going to get himself a bag. He has just, I've been more and more impressed by Jordan Montgomery every step of the way. And I see now why Yankee fans were so ticked off when New York traded him. I'm a little surprised St. Louis got rid of him. That tells you St. Louis is planning on rebuilding. As you let Jordan Montgomery walk away, the only thing I can say to that is you're not planning on winning next year. That cat has been unbelievable. But that's the addition that all the Braves fans wanted. And all you got from these writers were little smart, snarky remarks. Oh, what'd you want to do? Bring in Lance Lynn? Ho, 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 look how that turned out. No, you can't grab the worst of the worst and say, hey, glad we didn't bring him in. Look at the Rangers. They went out and they got Jordan Montgomery, and look where they are. Look at the Diamondbacks. They go out and they get Sewald, along with a couple other moves they made. We don't have time to get into all that today. But look where they are. Aggressive moves for October pitching is what's going to win you championships. You saw it time after time after time after time in the late 90s, early 2000s with the New York Yankees runs. They never sat on their laurels. They were always aggressive at the deadline. Same thing with the Red Sox. All those runs they made. They didn't stand pat. Go, we're fine to bring in Brad Hand. No, they were aggressive. Brad Hand is someone you bring along with other opportunities. But the biggest problem that the Braves have, that we have had for several years, and yet it worked out in 2021. I'm going to call a spade a spade. We got lucky. We got lucky to get lightning in a bottle. That doesn't, as they say, lightning doesn't strike twice. So you got to be more aggressive on getting talent and getting what I call dogs. Ones that are going to walk in there and go, I'm here, let's get this damn thing. Jordan Montgomery is one of those dogs. Sewald appears to be one of those dogs. But you look at, man, I'm telling you, I've been more and more impressed every time I see this Ginkle kid pitch. But to win in October, you have to have a great mix of veterans and youngsters. We know this because in 2021, we had the Duvals, the Jocks, the Solaires, even Eddie got hot. Everyone forgets why Eddie got hot. Eddie got hot because Eddie Rosario was hitting in front of Freddie Freeman. That's why Eddie Rosario got hot. Everybody forgets that part. He also got very cold, and by the time we were ending the World Series, Jorge Soler was our leadoff hitter. But you have to have the right mix, and it can't just be, we're going to go with the pitching that we've got all year long. It'll be fine. The other thing that it helps to do, too, when you bring in new pitching at the deadline, especially if it's a stud like Montgomery, it rejuvenates everybody. All right, we're going for it. Instead, the feel of it at the end of the deadline, where we absolutely did nothing except bring in relief pitchers from the Colorado Rockies and a flyer on Taylor Hearns that lasted, what did that last, 48 hours? All it did was just show that we are content with being the best team in baseball during the regular season. But October, it's going to be a crapshoot, so you never know. And that's exactly how they played it. That is exactly how they played it. And it's disappointing that it ended that way. And I know Philly fans are very in the same spot that we are. And trust me, Philly fans, I'm going to let you know this right now. It doesn't go away. See, because you had the pennant to lean on last year. And so you came back and you said, we're going to get it done. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Things are going to be different this year. And then you go out and you have an even worse ending to your season. And that's essentially what the Braves did. I don't know if you could, 2022 and 2023 really feel about the same. But you can argue that 23 was worse because we had a very good reason why we did not show up in 2022. Max got sick. Strider was injured. The whole 9 yards. You can't keep pointing to those excuses every damn year. Sometimes you just choked. In 2023, the Braves choked. In 2023, the Phillies choked. And trust me, Philly fans, it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. I know a lot of Philadelphia sports fans believe that they are the mecca of sports. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, been playing 140 years and you've won 2 World Series, so this is new to you. It does not go away. None of these ever go away. I'm still pissed off about the 1997 Levon Hernandez game that Eric Gregg gave him the damn strike zone the size of the Grand Canyon. I'm still pissed off at Jim Leyritz and will never forgive him. They don't go away because you look at it as opportunities missed. I'll still say this till the day I go. The most difficult thing to do in sports is to win a World Series. And it's become a little more difficult now. You could argue that, well, it's not as hard because, look, Arizona just got in and then you can get hot. Okay, I get that part of it. But if you're the best team, it's still the hardest damn thing to do is to make sure that momentum heads into October. When do you take the days off at the end? When do you rest guys? Are you resting them too much? Are you not resting them enough? Well, you don't want them tired. The whole crap. They got to fix the postseason. We'll do a video in the very near future about fixing that postseason because I've got some ideas. I've got it laid out. We'll definitely do that. We're also doing Once Upon a Pastime series coming up. We're doing a 7-part series on the World Series on the Once Upon a Pastime series. So keep an eye out for that. Those will be drops and play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of the World Series. And God dog, this is going to be a fun one to do. Rangers, Diamondbacks, Friday night, 8 o'clock. Saturday night, 8 o'clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 8 o'clock. And then, of course, if necessary, once again, Friday night and Saturday night, 8 o'clock. So there are no Sunday games. There are no Thursday games. And both of these teams play under a roof. So we don't even have to worry about getting rained out. We'll see you first pitch, 8 Eastern, Friday night. You don't want to hear it, Philly fans, but you choked. Braves choked too. And that's something that we all have to agree. We all have to accept. Sometimes your guys don't show up. Y'all have a great day. And if you think there's any way in hell that I'll ever get over the fact that all those division titles in a row with Bobby Cox, we got one World Series championship. It never goes away. Have a great day, y'all.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Ha, Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. If you're going to oversleep for an 11 a.m. shift, good night, Irene.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man. The armchair quarterback.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? All right, we are rolling here on a football Friday For those of y'all that listened to the first hour of the show, the kid JJ that was supposed to show up, he does Philly sports, supposed to show up for an 11 a.m. show that we were doing, and we were recording it for the radio, and hits me up an hour and a half later talking about I overslept. Good Lord. And this is why, folks, if someone didn't actually go to broadcasting school, a real broadcasting school, not one of these fly-by-night, God dog it, get your degree over through the mail crapolas, buyer beware is all I'm saying. Because I do remember one thing, that Mr. Esprovnik, the great Mr. E, as we called him back in the day, said to us over and over and over again, when it comes to the world of whether it's radio, television, whatever. He ran a radio station at the college. The show must go on, my friend. The show must go on. Every time some jackass would call out sick, I don't feel good. I want to sleep. He's in. I'm not feeling good. Blah, 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 blah. And he would drop folks' grades because of this. And he would give us extra credit if we came in from anywhere to cover a shift. Because his number one thing was, you can learn a lot of things in radio here at the station, but the one damn thing you better learn is how to show up. So there you have that. We got to the bottom of where he was. I kind of figured, but I mean, that's why I set the damn thing at 11 a.m. Eastern. Are you kidding me? You oversleep for 11 a.m. Eastern? Oof. Unless you're, and by the way, this is all the kid does. He doesn't do anything else. I don't want to put all his business out there, but I do know for a fact he's not working like the third shift. He's working third shift. I get it. Then I wouldn't have set it up for that, right? I'd set it up for later in the day. 11 a.m. seems appropriate time for a young fellow to be up his ass out of bed. Well, we move on. We digress. Let's get it. This is Football Friday, by God. We're not going to sit here and worry about all that nonsense. First of all, you want to catch the World Series, you want to catch the classic call, you don't want to get stuck into that. I mean, I'm sorry. I can't. This is why we decided to do it this year. We did the play-by-play when the Braves went in 2021. I did not do the World Series last year because there were a lot of reasons, mainly because I'm not a Philly or a Rangers fan in any way, shape, or form. Dislike both of the teams. Obviously, Philly more than Houston. But I decided to watch it last year, and I didn't do the broadcasts on our YouTube channel. Braves Country Radio, if you're looking for it. And I sat there and I listened and I watched to what is one of the worst broadcasts in all of sports. So I said, we're doing it this year. It's going to be tough. We're going to do we decided to do the American League Championship Series and not the NLCS. If I would have thought the Phillies would choke it away, we would have done it the NLCS. But I did the ALCS because I just thought it would be a better series. I was right that it went to 7 games. I was just wrong about Arizona giving them a good series. And when they were up 2-0 and blowing them out in the first 2 games, I was like, well, I made the right decision. Little did I know Philly would choke it away and lose 4 of the last 5 games. But we went over all that stuff in hour number 1. Hour number 2, just want to remind you, World Series pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Find us on YouTube today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. We're also on we're going to be doing the World Series games. We don't do all of them, but we will do the World Series games on our Facebook page, Braves Country Radio, as well. We're probably going to start doing a game a week over on our Facebook page, but typically the YouTube is it's a better platform, and we're trying to keep One of the reasons why people are like, why the hell do people listen to it? A lot of them just prefer our classic call to what they do on the national pundits. But then the other thing is we've got a community there in Braves Country Radio where everyone kind of joins in and they chime in. We get a lot of we have grown very well this year. Thank you to everyone in Braves Country Radio who's liked and subscribed. But that's what we're really known for. The talk shows are window dressing. The play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch is what I enjoy the most. I do enjoy the talk shows, but there's nothing like pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play Major League Baseball. Baseball in general. I am going to do some football games. For you football fans, we're going to do Monday night and Thursday night games, mainly because most of the folks who have chimed in have told me or told us, Jason that works alongside me in the CBS ranks, mainly they chose those. That was the overwhelming majority in Braves Country on what they would like to get. Because I told them I want to do about 2 games a week. I don't do much more than that because I'm going to be working very hard on the production side, getting ready for baseball season, which comes much faster than you realize it's going to come. And we're also doing more content, Braves Country Today, Braves Country Hot Stove broadcast covering all the off-season moves for not just the Braves. We're going to do the whole 9 yards, focusing especially on the NL East. But we decided to do Monday and Thursday nights. We're going to do most of them after the World Series. There are going to be some we're going to skip because there's just not a lot of fan interest. But we're going to do most of them. And the reason why is most folks have voiced to us over the last few seasons, they are not big fans of the Amazon broadcast, which I concur. I think they're 2 extremely good television broadcasters that it was a terrible marriage. Kirk Herbstreit is a fish out of water in the NFL, and Al Michaels knows it. And that's it. That's it. And as far as Monday Night Football, some people love Aikman and Buck. A lot of people hate them. We're just giving you an alternative. And I'm sorry, but those Peyton casts, Manning casts, whatever they are, what the hell? I mean, look, maybe it's just me, but I want to be involved in the game whenever I'm listening to the game. If they wanted Peyton Manning and Eli Manning in the booth with someone, it's too late to put that toothpaste back in the tube because they went all in and hired Buck and Aikman, and those are long contracts. And there's a lot of money involved. But if they wanted to put them in the booth with them, I think what they really should have done is they should have gone Peyton Manning, Eli Manning as taking turns going into the booth as a third option. And if they didn't want to do every game, they didn't want to do a lot of games, that's fine. But they need someone to bring them the game. It is brutal sometimes. They'll just be rambling on about nonsense. They'll be talking like LeBron James in the middle of a football game about nothing. And there are plays going on and they're totally ignoring it. So we will bring you play-by-play of that. We always do the Army-Navy game. I don't ever see me not doing it. We get a really good response from that from people who are in harm's way. And is their only way to consume that game is for us to do that game. And if the other military games took place outside of baseball season, I would be more inclined to do those. Like I noticed recently Navy and Air Force were playing. Problem is I'm locked in to what I'm doing. I would love it if Navy, Air Force, Army, Air Force, they did like a 3-game series and they did them all in November and December. that would be awesome. We would do every one of them. We may do some college football here and there, but we're just basically going to see how that plays out. We're talking about possibly doing the SEC championship game, but we're going to see how that plays out because there's a lot of factors involved, in including what time is that game compared to the other games, because I am locked into a couple other things going on. But all that nonsense out of the way, just wanted to get y'all caught up to speed of what's going on in the world of Braves Country Radio. We're going to talk the NFL lines, the college football lines, the only thing that really matters in all of sports, and that is who you taking, who you winning. Come on, let's go. We've had a pretty good year so far, but we've been spotty on our track record. So I've got the numbers called up, and we're going to separate this. I've decided we're going to start doing this. We're going to separate what we do on the Saturday morning kickoff show and those lines and those records with what we do on Football Friday. Because I'm going to start doing a pretty hefty Football Friday. I'm going to start doing a 12-pack as long as college and the NFL are going on. When it's just NFL, probably a 6-pack. They may not all be, by the way, they may not all be just point spreads and over-unders. There will be times where we're going to jump on some prop bets, what we like. But let's go ahead and get to rocking and get to rolling in what we like in college football. We're going to start off with college football. And by the way, there is one college football game tonight on the board. I don't like it. I'm not touching it. It's Florida Atlantic. It's Charlotte. The only thing I would be willing to think about possibly doing, but I would not put my name on the line for it, is I would seriously think about doing the over. The over is only 43. But I'm going to move on from that. I just wanted to make sure that folks are aware there is a game tonight and there is a line, and it's 43. All right. By the way, real quick, in the world of Major League Baseball, if you're wondering about those lines, first of all, tonight's game, Texas Rangers are minus 170 on the money line. It's Eovaldi versus Zach Gallen. If you're thinking about taking a series price, Arizona is plus 152. Texas is minus 184. Honest Engine, I'm probably going to put a little hay on Arizona. And even though I like Texas to win tonight, I'll tell you why I say that. Arizona has the better bullpen. That's why. The much better bullpen. And though Texas has that really big offense, and an offense can carry you from time to time, I'm not going to deny that. With all that being said, I'm going to wager on the fact that the Arizona Diamondbacks plus 152, and there's a lot of reasonings behind this. It's because A, Texas has all the big names. B, their offense, and C, they do have home field advantage. And all those things are true. I can't argue with any of them. But I like Arizona's pitching top to bottom better. I just did the entire Rangers series. Their pitching is bad. The only reason why Houston didn't knock them out is because Houston's starting pitching was terrible in those last two games. But when you have a bullpen in Texas where I think they're going to have to go out there and seriously consider you're going to try to get 2 starts out of Montgomery. And if the series goes 6-7 games, Montgomery, let's say it goes 7 games, Montgomery's going to be expected to pitch extended in game 7. That's a lot of things that got to go right for you. I think the wrong team is favored. Or at least I'll say this, it shouldn't be that big of a discrepancy. That is a huge, huge discrepancy. Plus 152, that's where I grabbed it. And I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm rolling the dice. This feels like one of those goofy-ass years where a team like Arizona brings it home. Hey, Braves fans, the Arizona Diamondbacks or the 2021 Atlanta Braves? A fun team with a gritty bullpen that seems to have lightning in a bottle. Made some moves at the trade deadline, and they've caught fire. I'm not pulling for either team. Well, I wasn't, but now that my money's involved, go D-backs, right? I didn't put that much money on it, so it's not going to affect my fandom and my pulling on it. But that's where I'm going with that. All right, let's get into the football of the weekend. College football, the fun football league, as I like to call it from time to time. As opposed to the National Football League, this is the fun football league. And some interesting numbers. One of the ones that jumps out at me is Florida State minus 20. Now, the one thing I will say is this. Could this be a letdown spot for Florida State? Wake Forest is not a good team, but Wake Forest has won 3 consecutive matchups against the Seminoles. Because of that, I think Florida State is going in there focused, but are they beat up from the Duke game? This is also an early kickoff. It's got all the makings for a looky-loo. Those games where I feel like a team could be not going 100%. If you're going by the books are basically telling you they're going to win this game 36-15. I would tend to think Florida State can cover that spread, but I'm not touching that game. But we are going to talk about games that we're not necessarily focusing on and putting the number on, but there might be a number that if I was going to go somewhere, I would take FSU minus 20. But I think I'm staying off it this week. Penn State, by the way, 32-point favorite against Indiana. Penn State is a letdown spot here. They were so focused. And look, Indiana's been terrible. Don't get me wrong. Indiana has been terrible. Bad football team. I mean, they're 2-5. They're 0-4 in the Big Ten. They lost 31-14 to Rutgers, 52-7 at Michigan. They're going to Penn State, Happy Valley. That is a big, big number, 32 points. Honestly, what I love in this is to do some kind of a teaser where you take Indiana in the under. Because I don't think Indiana's going to move the ball very well. I also think Penn State could come out in a fog. Really feel like this is a Penn State team that's going to come out little disarrayed as far as where they're at. You know, going into that Ohio State game, all eyes were on the prize. They got their butts handed to them. Could they come out fired up? Yeah, they could. But I think it happens in the second half. So I'll tell you the number I like in this game. I'm going to take the Penn State Nittany Lions and Indiana Hoosiers. I thought about taking Penn State under, but you know what I'm going with? Indiana is getting 18.5 in the first half. 18.5 against a Penn State team that doesn't have an explosive offense, and they do tend to cover a lot of their spreads. But if you've noticed their games, they tend to pour it on late. Give me Indiana plus 18.5 in the first half. All right, the next game we're going to. I'm going straight to it, baby. I ain't scared. The largest outdoor cocktail party in the world. The number one Georgia Bulldogs are hunkering down on the First Coast to take on the Florida Gators. Looking forward to this game. Anyone who's listening to the show knows that I'm not a fan of either one of these teams, but I love this game. I do. I grew up in this area. It's a game. It's a fun game. It's a I can't lose and I can't win game. Because I don't pull for either team. Typically, I pull for the Georgia Bulldogs to win this game. But it's really I'm more into that if you told me Florida was ranked number 1 in the country and Georgia was coming in 4-2, then I would say go Dogs. But instead, I'm more like, let's see where we can make some money. And this is one of my favorite bets of the entire weekend. It's a teaser. It's a teaser. With teasers on this show, we only give you 6-point teasers. Those are the only genuine ones that you can give. If you want to up it up a little bit, I get it. There's no reason why you shouldn't. If you want to spend a little more to hedge your bet, I get that. But give me the Florida Gators plus the 20 and the over of 41.5 on that 6-point teaser. I think Florida's going to keep this game very close. I still think Georgia pulls it off. But I think you're going to see no Bowers is going to be a problem for Georgia moving the ball from time to time. I think Florida's going to move the ball enough. You're going to get enough scoring in here where you're going to get that over pretty comfortably. I expect this game to be in the 50s on the total, and Florida will have enough to keep it close. So there you have that. You got Indiana first half, 18.5. You got Florida, Georgia, teased, the over, and the Gators plus 20. All right, next game on the docket as we roll through here. This is one I felt like, look, if there's a big game, I'm going to take it, even if it's not one of my favorite bets. I feel like it's disingenuous to pick a bunch of damn games nobody's going to watch. So we're going to continue to be Armchair Quarterback Radio, by God. We're going to pick games where everyone's going to sit in an armchair and watch the damn things. Duke, number 20. At number 18, Louisville. Now, a lot of this has to do with the questionable health of the Duke Blue Devil offense. Here's what I would say to you. Check on Riley Leonard. I'm thinking he's probably not going to play, but let's say he does. Even if he does, the number I like the most in this, the over-under, is 46. I just don't think you're going to get that many points. Duke, their defense is elite. They're going to shut Louisville down. And I don't think Duke's offense is going to do a whole hell of a lot on the road. This is 2 tough games in a row for Duke. You could have a letdown spot here. So I'm staying away from the point spread. If I really do believe no matter who goes out there and plays quarterback, they can stay close with Louisville. And 4.5 is a big number. But I'm going to go ahead and go with the under 46. See if you can get it. Look, the closer we get to kickoff, the higher that number is going to go. I grabbed it at the beginning of the week at 47.5. That's my number. but it's sitting right now on most books around 46. Some of them, I think you're going to get around that 47, maybe even 48 by kickoff. All right, we move on from that. The number 4 game of the week that we dive into. This one, to me, feels like a game that I think it's going under the radar on most people because they're not undefeated. But my God, Oregon and Utah, that is going to be a ball game. Oregon is a 6.5-point favorite against Utah. Utah's coming off an emotional win. I do believe Oregon is the better team. And they played well in Washington. This is your second teaser of the day. Give me Oregon on a teaser, so they're going to get down to 0.5. So all they got to do is win. And with those two teams and the familiarity with each other, I do think you're going to get some points up there, and all we got to do is get it over 41.5 at that point. And I'll side with that being a college football game. Give me that as my second one. Oregon to win, and the over-under hitting 41.5. All right, next game that jumps out at us. So we've got 4 college picks so far. This is an interesting one to me because when you look at a couple of teams that had big wins, Virginia and Miami, the Cavaliers, they pulled the shocker against North Carolina. So a lot of people are going to want to jump on, can Virginia do the same thing to Miami? It's a 3:30 kickoff down in Coral Gables. Miami has shown they're a pretty good team. They have, so right now the projections, is Miami to win this one 33-13 is essentially what they're saying. So 33-13 tells you they're expecting a low scoring game for the Virginia side. One of those numbers is Virginia first quarter to not score, to get shut out. The other side of it is Miami to score over 7.5. Now, points can happen quickly in a college football game. We know that. The total points in the first half alone, and once again, these are two teams that are coming out going to be a little flat. Virginia's 7.5 points, meaning they got to put 2 scores together. And Miami 17.5 means they've got to put 3 scores together. This is going to be a bad game. I'm just talking about ugly on both sides. The number that I like the most, Miami, Virginia. If you look at the total number first half, it's 24.5. 24.5 in the first half. And I don't think you're going to get that. I think you're going to get it kind of a sluggish game. There might be some points in the second half, but you're talking about a couple of teams that had big wins. Are they going to come out a little flat this week? We'll grab you a couple more college picks real quick. Okay. Tennessee Volunteers are a 3.5-point favorite going into Kentucky. Kentucky always plays the Vols close. This is going to be a smash mouth game. It's in Kentucky. Kentucky getting 3.5 at home. Give me the Wildcats. I don't believe Tennessee is going to cover that spread. I think you're going to get. This is going to be an old-fashioned SEC rock fight. Low scoring. I didn't want to give you another teaser. What I love the best is to grab the under. I think the over-under is way too high. It's 51. You grab the under and you grab Kentucky, and you just roll it. Let's go. If you one more pick of the week on the college football slate, then we're going to switch over to the National Football League. I like this one just a whole hell of a lot, which kind of concerns me. Ohio State coming down flat as a damn balloon popped after a big win at Penn State. They're going to Camp Randall. They're giving up 14.5 points. And you see the over under at 45.5. Wisconsin is 7.5 point underdogs going into the half. They are 3.5 point dogs at the end of the first quarter. That's where I'm going. Wisconsin plus 3.5 first quarter. I think you're going to get a Ohio State team that's going to come out a little sluggish. You're going to have a very low scoring first quarter. And I'll take that 3.5 in my pocket any day of the week when I'm going to get that type of situation. So real quick on the college games, once again, we'll rattle them off real quick, then we'll jump to the NFL. Got a couple of teasers. Florida plus 20, the over-under 41.5. Oregon to win, the over at 41.5. Florida, Georgia, over 41.5. Oregon, Utah, over 41.5. Florida's getting 20. Oregon's getting, all they got to do is win. It's minus 0.5 at that point. Indiana, plus 18.5 at the first half. It's the key number. 18.5 at halftime against Penn State. Virginia, Miami, under 24.5 at halftime. Under 24.5 total points scored. The Duke game, Duke, Louisville, minus 47.5 is the number that I got. I'm seeing it now. It's been updated to 47. We'll go ahead and just call it 47. It's been 46, 47, even as high as 48. We'll call it 47, minus 47. We're taking the under. Once again, you might be able to get this number a little higher if you wait till game day. Kentucky, plus 3.5 at home against the Vols. Give it to me. Wisconsin, plus 3.5 into first quarter against Ohio State. Let's get it. All right. Going to take a really quick break. When we come back, the National Football League. Oh, baby. We got some good ones this week to get into the hopper. We'll be back in just a moment here on Braves Country Radio. We're doing the Armchair Quarterback Show today. Keep it locked in here on the key, baby.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
The original AFL was a motley collection of misfits and NFL rejects. Playing before largely empty stadiums, the new league was mildly entertaining, though seriously lacking in the fundamentals of defense. The league did have an enthusiastic high school charm, but it was scoffed at by the NFL establishment. Mickey Mouse football, they called it. The equivalent of Saturday morning cartoons, others said, but the AFL persevered, and in an effort to entertain, they found that passing the ball football rather than running it appealed to a whole new generation of football fans.
In the early history of the American Football League, it was necessary for us to do as good a job as we could to appeal to the fans. And we knew that the one way to do it was to put the ball in the air often. Our fans didn't care where it went as long as the ball was thrown down the field.
Armchair.
Welcome back. Football Friday. We're giving you our 12th pack. Give you your 7 college football games if you're just joining us. We'll rattle them off real quick at the end. We're diving into the National Football League. So we gave you 7 college games, so we got 5 to give you in the NFL. We're going to give you a couple of teasers. We're going to give you 3 straight bets. And our golden rule here is we will not take a money line game that is that is more than minus 150. So, for instance, Falcons are minus 150 at the Titans. Colts and Saints are a pick 'em. And I believe that, Jaguars are minus 145 against the Steelers. And Minnesota's minus 130 against Green Bay. And I think that's it as far as that goes. Now, if we have a plus, we'll take a plus as high as they want. We really feel good about a plus, we'll give it to you. But my first one is I'm going to go with the Minnesota Vikings. Minus 130. I understand that Minnesota's coming off that Monday night game. That does concern me. I hate taking those Monday night teams. But it's not a long travel. They're going to Green Bay. That's right. It's really not that far from Minnesota. So that's a plus. Minnesota has been playing damn good football. You got to, what I'm hoping for is they continue to play solid football. And Green Bay, they have not been able to move the ball. So I'm going to take the Vikings to win. Giving me the Minnesota Vikings on the money line. All right. The other game that we like today, Cleveland and Seattle. The Browns are in Seattle on the road. Over-unders 38. Cleveland is getting 4 points. And if you look at some of the other numbers, because I believe that Cleveland's defensive line is going to wreak havoc on the Seattle Seahawks. Now, the problem is this line's really, really low. So you have to be careful when you get into these types of things, because the biggest question mark becomes, what can Seattle do in a full half of football or 4 full quarters of football against this Cleveland defense? Cleveland is going on the road, and after some physical games at home, and they just had a physical game on the road in Indy, they gave up a lot of points, and I was surprised by it. But I'm going to go back to the well and assume that Cleveland gets things straight. Give me the Cleveland Browns and the Seattle Seahawks. First half number, under 17.5 is the team total, or the game total, first half. I don't think they're going to get to it. I love the idea of teasing the over-under in Cleveland, Seattle, with a couple other games that you could pick. But it doesn't matter to me who's playing quarterback for Cleveland. I don't think they're going to move the ball very easily on that Seattle defense. And I also believe that Seattle knows that they can win this game as long as they don't screw things up, and they're going to come out a little more conservative, and you're going to get a low-scoring first half. All right, so there we have that. We got the two of the 5 that we're giving you for the National Football League this week, excuse me. Here's the other one. This is kind of the one that never makes sense. It just is what it is. Certain teams play really well in certain stadiums, and the Jacksonville Jaguars play really well in Pittsburgh. They have for quite some time. Jacksonville is minus 145 on the money line. It's just under that number. And everything points to, what are you, nuts? You got to take Pittsburgh +3. They just beat the Rams. Blah, blah, blah. They were coming off a bye week. Jacksonville Jaguars are coming off a long week. Not a short week, a long week. They played on Thursday night, and now they've got, 10, 11 days before they have to suit back up. Give me the Jaguars to win on the road in Pittsburgh. It's one of those ones that I don't even know if I'm going to be able to watch it. I'm going to be so squirmish about it. But I know Jacksonville plays well in Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh could be coming home smelling themselves a little bit. And Jacksonville looks like they're about to start to take off. I like my chances. So we got 2 more picks that we're going to do, and we're going to grab a couple of teasers for you. There's some pretty good teasing options in this week. And the first one that I'm going to go with is the team total, or the game total. Chicago, Los Angeles Chargers. The over-under is 46.5. I'm taking the over. So it's going to push it down to 40.5. So all I've got to do on that game is get 21 per half. And I think that's doable with that Charger offense, terrible Bears defense. And that Chargers defense doesn't look very good at all. I think we can get to that number, so give me that. And then the Detroit Lions are at home against the Raiders on Monday night. You tease that down from the 8.5 down to the 2.5. Detroit just has to win by a field goal. I love that opportunity. So give it to me. Give me the Raiders. Lions minus 2.5. That's your first tease of the weekend. Then the second teaser we're going to throw out there. This is an interesting one because the Miami Dolphins are at home. They're playing the New England Patriots. And Miami is an 8.5-point favorite. I'm telling you, you better grab this because that number can only go up because they're going to try to get through the critical lines when you look at point spreads. Everyone, oh, well, look out, man. Belichick, I think he might have figured it out. Horse manure. He's got a terrible team. He just pulled an upset win at home against Buffalo. They never play well in Miami, even when they had good teams. Give me the Dolphins down to the minus 2.5. To complete that teaser, we are going to go to the Atlanta Falcons, Tennessee Titans. Tennessee is getting a field goal at home. Vrabel at home as a home dog. It's one of the best bets you can make in the NFL. Even with their quarterback situation all up in flames, you're still talking about them playing against a Falcons offense that didn't do diddly squat in Tampa. And this is back-to-back road games. Give me the Tennessee Titans +9. +9. I love that number. I love it. I mean, you would love to see it get to 3.5, 4, so you could tease it all the way up to the 10. But, man, you just got to love that number. So there you have it. Let me rattle them off to you real quick before we have to jump out of here on a Football Friday. Your college football numbers are this. Indiana Hoosiers +18.5 in the first half. They're playing Penn State. Florida Gators getting 20. The over-under 41.5 for the game against the Georgia Bulldogs. Still think Georgia wins. I just don't think they're going to win by by 20, and I don't think that score is going to stay under 41.5. Duke, Louisville, minus 47. Let's get it. Game total, excuse me. Kentucky, Wildcats, at home, getting a field goal in the hook against the Volunteers. We saw how bad that Tennessee offense is. On the road, 2 back-to-back road games, emotional, physical loss. Give me the Wildcats. Wisconsin, going to catch Ohio State flat this week, and in the first quarter, I'll take the 3.5. Oregon, minus 0.5, and another teaser, minus 0.5, and the over-under 41.5 in the Oregon-Utah game. And then the Miami-Virginia game, give me under 24.5 in the first half scored. National Football League picks, Minnesota on the money line, Jacksonville on the money line, Cleveland minus 17.5, or Cleveland, Seattle minus 17.5 in the first half. The Bears and Chargers over 40.5, Detroit minus 2.5, that's a teaser. And then the last teaser of the weekend, the Titans, the Dolphins. Give me the Titans plus 9 with the tease, the Dolphins minus 2.5 with the tease. And there you have it. Have a great night. Have a great afternoon. Whenever the hell you're catching us, we are Armchair Quarterback Radio. You can find us on Braves Country Radio tonight, 8:05 first pitch. Arizona, Texas, World Series. We're going to bring the whole damn World Series to you. Jump into the chat and have some fun. Have a good one, y'all, and good luck this weekend.
It's Friday, working stiffs. Everybody!
4, 3, 2, 1, happy weekend! Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback.
There's a very peaceful thing it was created. There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Reed. He's the throw to the plate. He is.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare was bursting in air, it broke through the Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
Good evening. You are listening live, and we are here in Arlington, Texas for Game 1 of the World Series between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Texas Rangers. Here are your starting lineups for tonight's action. Game 1, a best-of-7 series. Let's get it. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, the road team, leading off and playing right field, it's Corbin Carroll, 25 home runs, 76 RBI, 285 average. Ketel Marte, second base, 25 home runs, 82 RBI, 276 average. Moreno is behind the plate with 7 home runs, 50 RBI, and a 284 average. Christian Walker playing first, 33 home runs, 103 RBI, and a 258 average on the year. Tommy Pham, the designated hitter, with 16 home runs, 68 RBI, and a 256 average. Gurriel in left field with 24 home runs, 82 RBI, 276 average. With Alec Thomas in center field with 9 homers, 39 RBI, batting .230. Longoria is at third, batting 8th, 11 home runs, 28 RBI, batting .223 on the year. And Perdomo is the shortstop, 6 home runs, 47 RBI, and a 246 average. It'll be Zach Gallen versus Eovaldi. Gallen is 2-2 with a 5.24 ERA this postseason and a 1.48 WHIP. Eovaldi is 4-0 with a sparkling 2.42 ERA and a .96 WHIP. Rangers lineup looks like this. Marcus Semien leading off, playing second base, 29 home runs, 100 RBI. Corey Seager, the shortstop, batting second, 33 home runs, 96 RBI. Evan Carter playing left field, 5 home runs, 12 RBI. Adolis Garcia is in right field, 39 home runs, 107 RBI. Mitch Garver is the designated hitter with 19 home runs, 50 RBI. Heim is behind home plate, 18 home runs, 95 RBI. Daniel Lowe playing first base with 17 home runs, 82 RBI. Josh Young is third, batting 8th, 23 home runs, 70 RBI. Luis Taveras is in center field with 14 home runs, 67 RBI. He'll be batting 9th. Home plate umpire tonight is DJ Rayburn. First base, Alfonso Marquez. David Rackley is at second. And down the third base line, it's Brian Knight. Left field umpire is Vic Carapazza, and the right field umpire is Bill Miller. We're just a couple of minutes away before we start the 2023 World Series. We'll be back in a flash, Braves country. Welcome in. Game number one. We're just about set, y'all. Hope y'all are having a great night here as the World Series is about to begin. Arizona is going to be wearing their road grays with the red tops, D-backs across the chest. And Texas will be in their classic home white uniforms. We are just about set for first pitch of this showdown of two teams that weren't expected to be here. More so Arizona than Texas. Texas did have one of the highest payrolls in all of baseball. But going into this, you just look at the actual seeding of the Major League Baseball playoffs. Nobody expected this one. Corbin Carroll will be leading off. He'll be followed by Ketel Marte. And Nathan Eovaldi, who's been known as quite the bulldog in the playoffs, is throwing his final warm-up pitches. We're just about set. Carroll, Marte, and Moreno are set to face Eovaldi here in the top of the first inning of the 2023 World Series. Please, everybody, go ahead and smash that like button. We'll do roll call in between the first and the top of the first and the bottom of the first inning. So if you haven't done it already, go ahead and say hi to everybody in the chat. We will holler out at you in just a bit. And the first pitch is on the way, and it is World Series time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way to Corbin Carroll, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Carroll. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss up top. 96 miles an hour. Fired that fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Nathan Eovaldi, who just turns into every bit of Sandy Koufax come October. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball is pelted down the right field line, making a good play at first. Grabbing it, flipping it over to first. Covering the bag is Eovaldi, and a good play by Lowe. If you're scoring at home, it's a 3-1 put out for out number one. Good job by Eovaldi to cover the bag there. So righty-lefty matchup as Marte steps to the plate. Bit of a shift on the infield. The third baseman is drawn in. The first pitch on the way to Marte. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Back behind home plate. It is foul backing out of play. It's 0-1. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on in the world of college football. There are a couple of games tonight. Keep you up to date on those scores as well as what's going down in the NBA and NHL. We'll drop those scores in on you every once in a while. The 0-1 pitch from Eovaldi. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. Only time of the year where all the major sports are playing at the same time. So an 0-2 count to Marte. Eovaldi comes set. Gets back on the rubber as Marte, 16-game postseason hit streak. The 0-2 pitch, just off the edge, down and away. It's 1-2. He's gone curveball, splitter. Tried to get him to chase that splitter off the edge. The 1-2 to Eovaldi, from Eovaldi to Marte. Moreno stands on deck. The pitch on the way. Swung on. Sawed off foul. 98 miles an hour right down the pipe. 1-2. So a 1-2 count from Eovaldi. Lets her fly in the dirt. Good take by Marte. Evens up the count 2-2. Rangers nothing. Diamondbacks nothing. Top of the first inning. Eovaldi lifts the red glove, turns and deals. Swing, and that ball is grounded over to first. It's going to be another 3-1 put out. Eovaldi covering the bag, and there's quickly 2 away. So 2 down. Coming to the plate is Moreno, the hind catcher. Bit of a spark plug in this offense. If he can keep it going, Christian Walker, the cleanup hitter, stands on deck. The first pitch on the way from Eovaldi is 97-mile-an-hour fastball, high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Moreno, 3 home runs, 9 RBI in this postseason. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball just misses outside, called for a wide strike by home plate umpire DJ Rayburn. It's 1-1. Rayburn ranks about middle of the pack when it comes to balls and strikes behind home plate. The 1-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Tried him to get it to chase that cutter. Moreno now with the count in his favor. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Rocks and fire. Swing and a miss. Pulled the splitter. Pulled the string. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count from Eovaldi. 13 pitches into this first inning. Game number 1. If you're wondering about the lines, it was minus 150 or plus 152 for the Diamondbacks at first pitch, minus 184 for the Rangers to win the series. The 2-2 count. Eovaldi comes set, lets her fly outside wide, 3-2. So the Texas Rangers a decided favorite. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the splitter out in front, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We will head to the bottom of the first inning. It's a tie game here at the World Series.
The past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. When you look around, wouldn't you consider it privilege to associate yourself with such a fine-looking man as is standing in uniform in this ballpark today? That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for. Thank you.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah! Roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening. Time for a little roll call. Good evening to the GOAT, Underwater. Good evening, Gary. Good evening, Carrie. Willis. See who else we've missed here. I thought I saw a couple. Good evening, Rob. I think I said Gary. Good evening, Gary. Good evening, Dee. And happy birthday to Dee's wife, Miss Julie. Good evening, Jameson, Robert, Daniel. I think that's everybody. If I missed anybody, just jump in the chat and fire away. Good evening to everybody. Hope you're having a great Friday night. We are getting set for the bottom of the first inning. And Marcus Simeon, Corey Seager, and Evan Carter are due up. Now it's Zach Gallen's turn. He has been absolutely awful in this postseason. He's hoping to turn it around. Gallen will get many votes for the Cy Young Award. Remember, at one point, he had a very lengthy scoreless streak this year, but he has just been bad in the postseason. He hopes to turn it around tonight. The first pitch on the way from Gallen is way off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Marcus Simeon stands in. Good evening, Joyce. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Fastball right there on the edge. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Gallen. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. Standing on deck is the left-handed bat of Corey Seager. Carter in the hole, left-hander as well. The 1-2 pitch on the way from Gallen. Swung on. That ball is soft one hopper to Perdomo at short. It's going to be a 6-3 put out as he fires it across the diamond, and there's one away. Texas Rangers got here via a 7-game series win against their cross-state rival Houston Astros, and the Arizona Diamondbacks knocked out a prohibitive favorite in the Philadelphia Phillies. You listen to a lot of the pundits around the country, they thought they were going to bring the whole thing home. First pitch on the way to Seager is up top for a ball, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Arizona nothing, Texas nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 1-0 pitch. Inside. Ball 2-0. So a 2-0 count from Gallen. The right-hander lifts the glove. Turns and deals. Inside, almost gets him. 3-0. Definitely pitching around Seager so far. The 3-0 from Gallen. Turns, kicks, and deals. Fastball on the edge, 95 miles an hour. (3-1) count. Standing on deck is Carter. The pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up. High in the sky, but back behind home plate and out of play. It's a full count to Corey Seager. Corey Seager's been early pitch hunting in this postseason. But he's gotten into a few as well, batting .333 in this postseason. The 3-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 4. So Gallen walks Seager. He'll head on down to first. Runner on first, 1 out. Once again, DJ Rayburn is behind home plate tonight. Little surprised that he was chosen for the World Series call. We've seen some very iffy games behind home plate with him this year. First pitch on the way to Carter is at the knees for a strike. Fastball, it's 0-1. Evan Carter, batting .308 in this postseason. Righty-lefty matchup. Gallen shaking off Moreno a couple of times. Raises the glove and lets her go way high out of the zone. 95 miles an hour. Misses. 1-1. You got a runner on first. One out. Gallen comes set. The pitch on the way. Outside wide, 2-1. He's gone fastball, then tried to get him to change the chase the change off the edge. Gallen looking into Moreno. Fires in the 2-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is sliced foul and out of play. Evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2. Gallen working kind of methodically, especially in today's pace. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on. Baltimore chopper high in the sky. It is going to roll foul in between home and first. One away. He slammed that off the turf, and if that thing stays fair, it's trouble. Carter gets back in the box. Gallen goes back to work. The 2-2 pitch. 15 pitches into this inning. Looks in to get the sign from Moreno. Runner on first, one out. Seager does have speed, so you got to keep an eye on him. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is laced into right center field. That's going to get down up against the wall. Seager's going to be waved around from third. He's heading home, and it's 1-0 Texas Rangers. RBI double for Evan Carter, and the Texas Rangers lead at 1-0. Zach Gallen's struggles continue. He got way too much of the plate on that one, and Carter did not miss. How impressive has Carter been in this postseason so far? The youngster only had 62 at-bats in the regular season. First pitch on the way to Garcia's 95-mile-an-hour fastball inside. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Gallen comes set. Looks in. Checks the runner back. The 1-0 pitch. Just off the plate wide. Whoa, called for a strike. Garcia doesn't like it. Can't say I blame him. It's 1-1. That was a wide strike. Rayburn is known for, when he misses his calls, they're normally down and wide out of the zone. The 1-1 pitch. Gallen kicks and deals. Inside, down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Bottom of the first inning. Texas leads Game 1 of the 2023 World Series 1-0. The 2-1. Looks back the runner one more time. The pitch on the way, down and away, 96 miles an hour. Ball 3-1. Talked about this on the show the last couple of days. Because of their bullpen, I kind of favor Arizona, but I favored Texas in this first game. Zach Gallen just has not been Zach Gallen, and I don't know what the reasoning is, but he has just not looked good. They're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. You don't really want to get pounded in game one, but at the same token, Vela doesn't really want to destroy his bullpen either. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball is laced into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That should score a run. Here comes Carter. He'll come around and score. And it's 2-0 Texas here in the bottom of the first. Texas Rangers jumping out to that early 2-0 lead. This has to be maddening for the Arizona Diamondback staff. If you look at it, they are just probably beside themselves trying to figure out what is wrong with Zach Gallen. Like I said, he'll probably finish second or third in the Cy Young voting this year. But October hit, and he has not been able to hit the broadside of the barn when it comes to the strike zone. They're going to go out there and have a quick chat. Texas leads it 2-0. Gallen goes back to work against Mitch Garver. This pitch is in the dirt, gets away. Moreno blocks it, and Garcia might have caught him by surprise. He'll stay put. By the time he realized it was go time, Moreno had already jumped on top of it. Righty-righty matchup, the 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball right there at the knees, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-1. That's the pitch right there that Gallen needs if he wants to stay in this game. He's got to be able to place that fastball, especially on the outside corner. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top. 95 miles an hour, 1-2. Not quite where Gallen wants to put that ball, but the velocity got it right by Garver. So a 1-2 count. 2 runs are in. Heim stands on deck. Gallen trying to stop the bleeding. Turns around, flips it over to first. Garcia back under the tag. We'll do it again at 1-2. Gallen comes set. The 1-2 pitch swung on, banged on the ground over to third. It's going to be a 5, 4, 3, almost inning-ending double play. The hustle down the line by Garver will keep the inning alive. Garcia is out at second. And looking at the replay, I think Walker got him. He did get him. I would think they're going to challenge this. First base umpire, Alfonso Marquez, who's always been known to be pretty sketchy behind the plate. That was a bad call. I thought my eyes had played tricked on me before when I first saw it, but he definitely beat it. He got it by about, we'll say a quarter step, not quite a half step, about a quarter step. And they are going to call it out number 3, and that'll end the inning. So Gallen gives up a couple of runs, but gets the big double play to get out of the jam. We will be back in a flash. Game 1 of the World Series.
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bat. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
She's a 10, but her favorite football team sucks.
That would more than likely make her a Florida Gators fan. Go Dogs.
Welcome back. Texas leads this 1-2-0. Nathan Eovaldi goes back to work. 95-mile-an-hour fastball up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Christian Walker batting just 179 in the postseason. The 0-1 pitch swung on, chopped foul off the plate. 0-2. Texas 2, Arizona nothing. If you're just joining us, Zach Gallen off to another rough start. Got a big double play to get out of the jam. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide, tried to get him to chase the cutter outside. It's 1-2. Nathan Eovaldi 4-0 in this postseason. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball high, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Eovaldi's just always been known for that, just that bulldog mentality. He had himself a heck of a run with the Red Sox a couple of years back. Came over in the free agency this season. The 2-2 pitch outside wide. Runs the count full, 3-2. So Walker started off 0-2, has now worked the count full. Be trying to do some damage here. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Fastball looking, strike 3. Christian Walker just caught watching the paint dry, and there's one away. Unbelievable. 2 strikes, and he just could not pull the bat off his shoulder. So Eovaldi will go back to work. The first pitch on the way, 97-mile-an-hour fastball outside the zone, but called for a strike by Rayburn. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Tommy Pham. Swing and a miss. Splitter over the top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Eovaldi kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Tommy Pham down on 3 pitches. He'll go grab some pine, and there's 2 away. Mercio, did he just get schooled in that at bat? The first pitch was definitely a ball, but after that, just pulled the string on a couple, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. Gurriel's the batter. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, off the edge. Called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. They set up inside. Swing and fouls it back out of play. 0-2. If Eovaldi gets that kind of a strike zone all night long from Rayburn, the batters are going to have absolutely no shot in this game. So an 0-2 count. Turns, kicks, deals, swing, and fouls it back out of play. 96 up top will do it again. It's 0-2. Eovaldi just 27 pitches into the night. The 0-2 from Eovaldi. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He absolutely ran the gamut on them. We'll be back in a flash. It's 2-0 Texas. We head to the bottom of the 2nd inning.
Go to a psychic with her.
A psychic? He considers them not just mumbo jumbo, but extra jumbo mumbo jumbo. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad they're friends. I just wish he'd be that comfortable around me already.
It took him a long time to get comfortable around me, too.
Really? What did you do?
Something terrible in a former life, I don't know.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
All right, just wash your hands before you use it. I don't get your germs.
Whoa. Washing your hands is healthy? I did it because it felt good. I have so much to learn.
After Cleveland's great pitcher Addie Joss died, his fellow ball players staged a benefit game to aid his widow. All the great stars came. Walter Johnson, Smokey Joe Wood, Napoleon Lajoie, and Ty Cobb. The game was a great success. They managed to raise $12,931, but it only increased the players' anxieties. With no pensions of their own, or job security, or grievance procedure with the owners, they felt powerless. They now formed a players' fraternity. It had 2 goals: to rid baseball of the hated reserve clause, and to gain a larger share of the profits for the men who made those profits possible. At first, they got nowhere. The owners simply ignored them.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Zach Gallen is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right there at the knees on the outer edge of Jonah Heim. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, righty-lefty matchup. Swing and pops it back foul out of play. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Gallen looks in. Kicks and deals. Swung on, fouled straight back. 0-2. He's gone four-seam cutter and then back to the four-seam on that third pitch. The 0-2 pitch. Lets her fly. Swung on, banged on the ground over to second. Marte's got it. Flips it over to Walker. It's a 4-3 putout, and there's one away. So one down. Nathaniel Lowe will come to the plate. Left-handed first baseman. Had a couple of really big hits in the ALCS. First pitch on the way to Lowe's, 94 miles an hour right there. Just kisses the black on the inside. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. 94 right there up top. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high. Tried to get her to chase up top. 1-2. Game 1 tonight. Game 2 tomorrow night. Same bat time, same bat channel. 8:03 first pitch. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Inside. Fastball misses 2-2. They'll take Sunday off for the travel day and avoid the NFL slate, and then back to it Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night. Those games will all be in Arizona. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. Marte's got it. Flips it over to first. Another 4-3 putout. Has 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the second. Two down, and that'll bring Josh Young up to the plate. Big third baseman, a couple of really big home runs in the last series. Righty-righty matchup. Josh Young, 3 home runs this postseason. The first pitch on the way is a 90-mile-an-hour cutter across the letters, 0-1. The 0-1. Fastball right there on the inner cut. It's 0-2. 95 miles an hour, dotting the knees. Josh Young will take his time out, step out of the batter's box. The 0-2 from Gallen. Kicks and delivers. Swung on, bang, foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Gallen with the rocky first inning, looking for a 1-2-3 bounce back. The 0-2 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the knuckle curve, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Gallen bounces back. When we come back, Alec Thomas and the rest of the kids will grab the bats for the Diamondbacks.
When I look at the history of the organization all the way back to when I started, the one thing that we were not known for is a tremendous offense. Okay, so we were always known for our pitching and defense, and that kept us in every year. That's why we won. We also stayed healthy. I think there was a 10-year spurt where the big three didn't miss a start. I was the first one to miss a start. But this team is equipped to do anything they want. Offensively, they're gifted. Speed is through the roof. and their pitching staff is more than adequate. And I think the fact that if they have health in their rotation, they have decent depth, which is important today. I think it could be the best baseball team the Atlanta Braves have trotted out in a long time, if ever. And I know that goes all the way back to Hank Aaron, but I can't think of a better offensive squad than they've got really from the top to the bottom. And I know the game's played differently, and there's guys that do the lineup that can hit home runs. But when you can keep Max Fried healthy, and you can have Strider, like you said, healthy, and then you sprinkle in a veteran like Morton, if they can get Kyle Wright back to where he was last year and his shoulder is not an issue, they have the front three that can match with anybody.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500, then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like it. Welcome back. 2-0 your score. Nathan Eovaldi goes back to work. The first pitch on the way to Corbin Carroll is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup, the 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's laced down the left field line and off the wall, but foul, just foul. 0-2. Alec Thomas, the 212 average, 4 home runs here in the postseason, 6 RBI. So an 0-2 count. He gets back in the box. Eovaldi comes set. The pitch on the way. Swung on, high chopper over the mound. Thomas should be able to beat this out. He will. It is an infield single and the first base runner for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Kind of a high chopper, almost a Baltimore chopper type hit. Just got over the glove of Eovaldi. The infield charging in, no chance to get the ball in time. Thomas can fly. So 1 on, nobody out, top of the third. Arizona trails by 2. First pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's going to get laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Thomas. He's going to slam on the brakes. He's got to dive back into second. A head first slide. He's back in there. Garcia threw behind the runner. Thomas thought about going first to third, then pulled up. Must have been held up by the third base coach because he looked like he was coming around. I don't know if he would have been able to make it or not, but nonetheless, Thomas is back in there after a close play at second. So runners on first and second, nobody out. Top of the third inning. The number 9 hitter, Perdomo, comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Perdomo. He's going to drop down a bunt. Good bunt by Perdomo. He's flying down the first base line. Eovaldi scoops it, grabs it, flips it over to first. And it's a good sack bunt. The runners both move up 90 feet, and they are in scoring position. Good fundamental baseball here by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Not something you see a whole lot anymore. So that'll bring Corbin Carroll to the plate, the leadoff hitter. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss. 92-mile-an-hour cutter up top. It's 0-1. Corbin Carroll grounded out in the first inning. Texas playing the defense back. They're willing to concede the run at third to be able to keep the lead. The 0-1 pitch. Up top, misses high. Whoa, called for a strike. Another bad call by DJ Rayburn. It's 0-2. That's about the fifth or sixth eye roll that he's gotten already by the batters from both Texas and Arizona. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's laced into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Tavares took a bad corner to it, and it gets past him. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. 1 run will score. It's 2-1. 2 runs will score. It's 2-2. And the game is tied, and Corbin Carroll stands on third with a 2 RBI triple here in the top of the third inning. Bad defensive play by Tavares. He should have been able to cut that off and keep Carroll at second base at the most, probably a single. And though they won't ring him up for an error because he didn't touch it, man alive, can Corbin Carroll fly. They showed him streaking around from first to second, heading towards third. He didn't even look like you could see his legs, like the road runner out there. So 2-2 your score, top of the third inning, 1 out. They'll have a quick chat with Eovaldi. Go over the game plan with Ketel Marte coming to the plate. Moreno stands on deck. The go-ahead run 90 feet away with only 1 out. They'll draw the infield in. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Marte's up high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. In the dirt, ball gets away. Heim, luckily, the ball hit the home plate umpire, Rayburn, in the right footer. That ball would have rolled to the backstop. It would have been a run. So back to work, 2-0 the count, 2-2 your score, top of the third, 1 out. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Carroll inching towards the plate. The 2-1 pitch. 94-mile-an-hour fastball just misses outside wide. 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Eovaldi kicks and deals. Ball grounded to first. They're going to come home with it, and Carroll is safe. They're going to take a look at this. Let's see if he got it. It looks like that the hind catcher, Heim, caught the ball, and it would have beat Carroll, but he lost his balance, fell forward, and Carroll got in under the tag, and it's 3-2 Arizona. Do apologize, my screen went blank for a second. First pitch on the way is swung on and banged foul, high and out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runner at first. Marte easily safe at first on that play where the first baseman decided to come home. Eovaldi turns around, quick flip over to first, try to keep Marte. One your count, runner on first, one out. Arizona leads it 3-2. The 1-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, kicks and fire, swing and a miss, strike 3. Runner goes, Marte's going to be safe. Head first slide into second base. Good jump by Marte, good pitch to go on. It was the splitter. Reno way out in front of that pitch, but it helped Marte get down to second. So 3-2 your score. Marte representing the fourth run is now in scoring position. The first pitch on the way to Walker is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Walker. Swing and bangs out off the plate. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runner on second. 2 outs. Arizona 3 runs across in this inning. Eovaldi comes set. The 48th pitch of the night. The pitch on the way. Swung on. Slice foul down the line. It's 1-2. A 1-2 count on Walker. Eovaldi's working slower and slower this inning. Comes set. Looks back the runner. The pitch on the way. Outside wide, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Unfortunately, the Fox broadcast, who does a bad job of a lot of stuff, but they don't show the pitch clock as the 2-2 pitch misses outside wide, 3-2. But it feels like that Eovaldi has kind of pushed the limits a couple of times. I don't know why they don't show it. Everyone else has all year long. I don't know if it's because they don't do it enough and they don't know what they're doing. But it's really strange. The 3-2 pitch on the way from Eovaldi. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the splitter, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Arizona Diamondbacks grab a 3-2 lead in game number 1 of the World Series.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Tavares is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Gallen goes back to work now with the lead, 3-2 your score. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss off the edge. It's 0-2. If you're just joining us, Texas scored 2 runs in the top of the first inning. Gallen was really on the ropes, got a double play to get him out of the inning. And Arizona, who had gone 6 up, 6 down to start the game, scored 3 runs in the top of the third, and that's where we stand. The 0-2 pitch, down and in for a ball. It's 1-2. Tried to get him to chase that changeup. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses high, 95 miles an hour. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the changeup down below the knees, and there's one away. When Gallen's pitching well, he's got that pitch working, keeping you off balance between that and the mid-90s fastball. That pitcher was catching a lot of the zone and hanging in the first inning. Seems like he might have gotten his control back. First pitch on the way to the right-hander Simeon as the order flips over. It's right there for a strike on the inner corner. It's 0-1. Marcus Simeon 0 for 1. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch swung on, pops it up high in the sky, chasing it down the left field line. It's going to fall harmlessly foul about 20, 30 feet away from Carroll, who had a long way to go as they're playing Simeon to pull. Tomorrow morning, remember, the Armchair Quarterback tailgating show starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. to noon right here. Talking college football and NFL lines for this weekend's action. Florida-Georgia game, among other big matchups. So an 0-2 count to Simeon. Righty-righty matchup, 1 down, the pitch on the way. Cutter misses way outside wide, 1-2. The 1-2. Rocks and fires, swing and a miss. Strike 3, got him. Another changeup. Swinging changeup, strike, and there's 2 away. Nasty pitch by Gallon. 47 pitches in here in the bottom of the third. The first pitch on the way to Seager, 92 miles an hour. Called for inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Rayburn's been all over the place. He's called that inside pitch a strike a few times already, but that time calls it for a ball. So the 1-0 pitch. Seager comes set. Righty-lefty matchup. Gallon looks in. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Change up over the top. It's 1-1. Corey Seager walked his first time up. The 1-1 pitch. Tried to get him to chase that changeup again. This time he recognized it. Took it all the way. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. 94 miles an hour inside. Misses high and inside. The 3-1 to Seager. Gallon comes set. Standing on deck is Evan Carter. The pitch on the way. Inside, 95 miles an hour. And he'll walk him down. That'll bring Evan Carter up to the plate. Remember, Carter, his first time up, drove Seager in with an RBI double after Seager had walked. The first pitch on the way is right there at the knees for a strike. 89 mile an hour changeup. It's 0-1. The 0-1 lifts the glove and lets it go. Inside, 92 mile an hour fastball. Might have been the cutter. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Gallon comes set. Swing, and that ball's chopped down the left field line. That's going to be fair ball, and Seager goes first to third. He is in there with the head first slide. And on the throw heading to third, Evan Carter trucks it up to second base. So they got runners on the corners. Or excuse me, runners on second and third and 2 out. The go-ahead run in scoring position. Would have been a much smarter play for Gurriel to throw it to second base. He didn't have much of a chance of getting Seager there, and it would have kept Evan Carter from going from all the way to second. So 2 down, runner on second and third. The first pitch on the way to Adolis Garcia is chopped foul off the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and deals. Fastball misses inside. 1-1. The 1-1 from Gallon. High and inside, 95 miles an hour, 2-1. Close shave. He was able to bend out of the way. So a 2-1 pitch. Runner on second and third. Got her right there at the knees for a strike. Right down the pipe, down Main Street. It's 2-2. Gallon 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. Also a single away from choking up the run. Choking up the lead, excuse me. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch. Deuces are wild here in the Lone Star State. Gallon's going to call for time, or maybe that was Garcia. Either way, Gallen steps off the rubber. Garcia steps out of the box. The 2-2 pitch. Gallen brings it. Down and away. Knuckle curve misses. Ball 3. So a 3-2. Alice Garcia, who's been on fire in this series, the pitch on the way. Down and away, ball 4. Might have been pitching around him. Garcia 6 for 7 in his last 7 at bats in the postseason. That will bring Mitch Garver. Remember, Garver found his way aboard the last time up. They're going to go out there and have a quick powwow with Gallen. Look like this might be a meeting just with the infield. They want to have a quick talk about how they want to pitch Garver here. With the bases loaded and 2 outs, Arizona leads it by 1. Righty-righty matchup. Goes back to work. The first pitch on the way. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Swung on. Foul back at it. Up against the screen behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Bottom of the third. Pitch on the way. Inside. 1-1. Tried to get him to chase that changeup, but that changeup faded well and in. So a 1-1 count. Gallen, who was gifted a 3-run top of the third inning, is in danger of choking away the lead. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. Falls behind Garver once again, the 2-1 count. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Nowhere to put Garver. The 2-1 pitch from Gallen. Nowhere near the zone. Ball 3. 91-mile-an-hour cutter that was well off the plate and wide. So a 3-1 count. Nowhere to put Mitch Garver. The bases are juiced. 2 outs. Arizona leads by just 1. The 3-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Knuckle curve. Floated into the zone about belt high. Caught Garver off guard, and it's a full count. So the good news for Gallen, he's worked it back to a full count. The bad news, with 2 outs and the bases loaded, all the runners will be on the move. The 3-2 payoff pitch. Fastball swung on, fouled straight back, 96-mile-an-hour. Do it again at 3-2. Meanwhile, Gallen is at 67 pitches in just 2 2/3 innings pitched. That bullpen is going to have to start getting loose in the very near future. The payoff pitch swung on, pops it back, foul again, 96 miles an hour. We'll do it again. One of the things you'll see pitchers try to do is they'll try to outsmart themselves, throw an off-speed pitch here and speed up Garver's bat, but he's not catching up to that 96-mile-an-hour fastball. If I'm Moreno, I just keep putting 1 down. The 3-2 pitch, down below the knees, tried to get him to chase the off-speed, and he has walked in the tying run. 3-3 your score. Tried to get him to chase out of the zone. Garver had seen enough pitches in that at bat. He wasn't falling for that one. So bases are still loaded. They'll have another meeting on the mound. This time the pitching coach will go out there and talk to Gallen. I'm sure a lot of Arizona fans are probably wondering where was he the at bat before. Jonah Heim stepping to the plate. So bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the third inning. Gallen will go back to work. The pitch on the way to Heim. Swung on, bang foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. Long third inning here. Warming up in the bullpen, as we suspected, Mantiply, the left-hander, getting loose. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, lifts it high, not very deep, coming in, making the play is Thomas in center field. That'll end the inning, but not before Gallen gives up another run. It's 3-3. We head to the top of the fourth inning here in Game 1 of the World Series.
Today I'm going to show you how to tie a tie with the help of my gay nephew, Peter Piscitello. Gay? I'm not gay. What are you talking about? Of course you are. No, I'm not. Why would you think I was gay? You ever hear yourself talk, Peter? You're gay. What are you talking about? This is how I talk. Peter, you got nothing to be ashamed about. The whole family supports you. Excuse me, the whole family?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. 2021 Cardinals, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove Award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove Awards.
So Deshaun Watson blocked me on Twitter. Guess I must have rubbed him the wrong way.
In 1914, a band of rich businessmen, hoping to get in on the baseball action, formed their own league, the Federal League. They began offering big money to big stars, willing to sign up with their teams. They even gave the players the right to become free agents. 81 players were lured to the new league, including Three Finger Brown, Joe Tinker, and Chief Bender. Old ballparks were renovated and new ones built, including one on Chicago's north side that would one day be called Wrigley Field. But the upstart league was a direct challenge to Ban Johnson, who resented the interlopers just as National League owners had resented him when he launched the American League in 1901. Johnson denounced the competition as pirates and threatened to blacklist any players who jumped to the new league. But to stem the flood of deserting players, he and his owners also raised the salaries of remaining stars and pledged to do better even by average players in the future.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Eovaldi to Tommy Pham. The number 5 hitter is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, righty-righty matchup. Swung on. That ball is belted high and deep, going back on the track. It is gone. Ramalama ding dong, a solo shot, and Tommy Pham has given Arizona the lead once again. His third home run this postseason, and it was a hanger. Pham did not miss. His first at bat, Pham looked lost up there. The second at bat, he must have went and looked at some tape because he absolutely plowed that into the upper deck in left field. So 4-3 your score. Arizona grabs the lead right back. The first pitch on the way to the number 6 hitter, Gurriel, is a fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fire. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. The 0-2 count. Swung on, banged on the ground over towards short. Seager's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out, and there's one away. Good pitch by Eovaldi. Good bounce back pitch. So Gurriel retired. That'll bring Alec Thomas to the plate. Thomas, 1 for 1. First pitch on the way is up top, misses outside wide. It's 1-0. Thomas got aboard via the Baltimore chop infield single his first time up. The 1-0 pitch misses again. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss over the top of the splitter. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Chase that splitter again. It's 2-2. He's pulling off of that pitch and trying to yank it. And the splitter's just taking a nosedive. He's not coming anywhere close touching it. So the 2-2 pitch, swing, and pops it back foul. Took him to the fastball upstairs. Might just be a classic change the eye level pitch. He keeps showing the replay of that Tommy Pham home run. It was basically just a hanging splitter. You get a hanging splitter, you're basically just throwing in a soft changeup. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, banged on the ground. Heading over towards first. Thomas bussing it down the line. The first baseman, Lowe's going to have to make the play. He flips it over to Eovaldi covering the bag. And there's 2 away. Good defensive play by Nathaniel Lowe. Good job of covering the base by Eovaldi. 2 down, top of the 4th inning. That'll bring Evan Longoria to the plate. Longoria 1 for 1. The first pitch on the way. Bender called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing and a miss at that splitter in the dirt. It's 0-2. Got an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way. Rocks and fires. Inside almost gets him, spins him around. It's 1-2. 96-mile-an-hour fastball just under the hands. Would say Longoria want to lean into that one and take it, but 96 on the hands, that usually doesn't turn out well. The 1-2 pitch. Tries to get him to chase the curveball off the edge and out of the zone. No dice. Evens up the count at 2-2. Eovaldi at 66 pitches. So a little high from where he should be, but not terribly high at this point, if he can get this out. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball off the edge. Called strike 3. Longoria doesn't like it. He's giving home plate umpire Rayburn an earful. Can't blame him. Another terrible call by DJ Rayburn. No one came to see you call the game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio's World Series 2023.
Kelly and other carousing Chicago players were widely blamed for losing the championship to St. Louis in 1886. That winter, an exasperated Spaulding sold Kelly to Boston for the unheard-of sum of $10,000. Chicago fans were devastated, but Boston fans were so delighted they presented their new star with a house and a carriage drawn by 2 white horses in which to ride to the ballpark.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Welcome back. Zach Gallen will go back to work. The first pitch on the way to Nathaniel Lowe, the left-hander. Righty-lefty matchup. Is swung on and fouled back out of play. Fastball up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, popped up high in the sky. Coming in, the left fielder Gurriel. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. So 1 down. Looks like they're going to try to keep Gallen out there, but the bullpen is staying loose out there. You got Mantiply, the left-hander, warming up, and it looked like there was a right-hander starting to stir as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. They'd love to get an inning or 2 more out of Gallen. He is at a high pitch count. The 74th pitch on the way to Josh Young is a cutter off the edge for a ball. It's 1-0. Young, 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the second. The 1-0 pitch. Right there on the edge. Called for a strike, 1-1. And Young, rightfully so, cuts his eye back at home plate umpire because it was essentially the same exact pitch, same exact location. One was a ball and one was a strike. The 1-1 to Young. Gallen comes set, lets her go. Change up, misses down 2-1. The 2-1 righty-righty matchup. Gallen lets her go. Swung on. That ball is laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And it's a 1-out single for the Texas Rangers. See the comment about the A's. The A's are moving to Las Vegas. That is a done deal. I believe it's 2026 or 2027. So 1 on, 1 out, righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way to Tavares, the number 9 hitter. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Gallen looking back, the runner over his shoulder. The 1-0 pitch. Comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing, fouls it straight back. It's 1-1. Arizona 4, Texas 3. Diamondbacks fell behind in this game quickly, 2-0. The 1-1 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. Good pitch by Gallen. 1-2. Gallen trying to keep Tavares from advancing the runner with the top of the order coming to the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Chase that changeup down into the dirt, and there's 2 away. Wasn't a great pitch by Gallen, but he got Tavares with 2 strikes chasing after it. One on, 2 out. Top of the order comes to the plate once again. The Texas Rangers, their 3rd time through the order here in the 4th. First pitch on the way is a knuckle curve, swing and a miss. Down below the knees, it's 0-1. The 0-1 just misses high and out of the zone. 1-1. The 1-1 from Gallen. Down and in. Changeup misses. 2-1. Other than that one inning, he's really struggled with the placement of that changeup. Runner on first, 2 outs. Gallen at 82 pitches here in the 4th inning. The windup, the pitch. Swing and bangs that foul down the third baseline. It's 2-2. You do wonder if we might see Mantiply right now if Simeon gets on. You would have Seager and Carter do up 2 left-handers. Mantiply is loose and warm. Gallen comes set. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That ball is hammered into left center field. Going back on the track. Making the catch is Gurriel at the wall, and that'll end the inning. a loud out number 3. We will be back in a flash. Game 1 of the World Series. Arizona leads it 4-3.
What? No, you are promoting a benefit to clothe homeless people. You can't come out dressed like that. You're all puffed up. You look like you're gonna swing in on a chandelier.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
In 1910, Ty Cobb was locked in a fierce battle with Napoleon Lajoie of the Cleveland Indians for the batting championship of the American League. The hugely popular Lajoie had led the league in batting twice before and was considered the greatest second baseman in the game. The Chalmers Motor Company had offered a new car to the man who won the title. Cobb wanted that car, but he was so detested by those who played against him that when he and Lajoie were neck and neck for the title at the very end of the season, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, just to spite Cobb, ordered his third baseman to play so deep that Lajoie got 6 bunt singles in a row. The manager was found out and fired. Cobb ended up winning the title by a single percentage point. Years later, it was discovered that in fact Lajoie should have won. Cobb's average had been inflated by counting one game twice, but both men got cars. It would be the first of 10 cars Cobb would receive over his career.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Eovaldi to Perdomo. It's a fastball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Perdomo sacked bunt last time up, which resulted in the 2 runs taking the lead. The 0-1 pitch, down and in for a ball. It's 1-1. Perdomo, the number 9 hitter, shortstop, does have good speed if he can get on. The switch hitting infielder, the 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Good piece of hitting by Perdomo. So that'll flip the lineup over. And Corbin Carroll comes to the plate. Corbin Carroll, 1 for 2 with a triple, 2 RBIs. Kid can absolutely fly. Eovaldi turns around and flips it over to first real quick to keep the runner close by. Good pickoff move by Eovaldi. The first pitch on the way to Carroll as Eovaldi comes set, lifts the glove, pitch out, and Perdomo they're going to fire it back over to first, trying to catch him with his hand in the cookie jar. Perdomo didn't have a very big lead. He's back in there easily. So a 1-0 count to Carroll after the pitch out. Righty-lefty matchup. 1-run game here in Texas. The 1-0 pitch. Up top, misses high, 2-0. The 2-0. Kicks and deals. Outside wide. Ball 3, 3-0. It wasn't a pitch out, but it was in that same area. 93-mile-an-hour fastball that was well out of the zone. So a 3-0 to Carroll. Perdomo inching closer towards second. Probably stay put with the 3-0 pitch on the way. Fastball right there for a strike. It's 3-1. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. Runner on the way. He head first slide. He is safe. The stolen base. Picked a good pitch to go on. Really good jump. It was a swing and a miss. Might have affected the throw by Heim, but man, oh man, did he get a huge jump. He was bouncing that way and just took off. Just got under the tag. Pretty good throw by Heim. So a 3-2 count. Runner at second. Nobody out. Eovaldi looks back. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 94 miles an hour. Blew it right past Carroll, and there's one away. Really good pitch on the outer edge. Carroll was well behind that pitch. First pitch on the way to Ketel Marte is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Eovaldi now at 77 pitches. Arizona 4, Texas 3, top of the 5th inning. 1 down. The 1-0. Eovaldi looks back, kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's chopped foul down the first base line. 1-1. Game 2 tomorrow night, 8:03 first pitch. We'll have it pitch by pitch, play by play right here on Braves Country Radio. The 1-1 on the way to Marte. Inside. Misses just off the edge, 2-1. So he started him off with the cutter down and in, then went splitter and cutter back inside. The 2-1 from Eovaldi. Kicks and fire, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left center field, right center field. That ball's going to get down off the wall. 1 run will score. It's 5-3, Arizona. Perdomo touches home plate, and Marte takes his spot at second base with an RBI double. This Arizona team has just caught lightning in a bottle, and they are just absolutely fun team to watch. Biggest difference between these two teams, because they both have good offenses and both have pretty good starting pitching. My lean at the beginning of the series was Arizona because of the bullpen, but I thought Texas would get a much better start out of Eovaldi. First pitch on the way to Moreno is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, outside wide, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and pops it up foul. 2-1. Runner on second, one out. Top of the fifth inning. Arizona now leads by 2. 5-3 your score. Texas jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the first. Arizona grabbed the lead back at 3-2 in the third. Texas tied it again. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to shortstop. A worm burner right into the glove of Seager. He'll fire it over to first. 6-3 put out on the play. Marte goes over to third, but there are 2 away. Dane Dunning warming up in the Texas Ranger bullpen. Eovaldi at 84 pitches through 5 innings. First pitch on the way to Christian Walker is high and out of the zone for a ball, 1-0. Walker's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, so looks like Bochy's going to try to get another out of Eovaldi. The success he's had so far. The 1-0 pitch, outside wide, 2-0. Standing on deck is Tommy Pham. If he were to lose Walker here, I can't imagine he would face Pham after Pham hitting that home run against him the last time up. The 2-0. Runner at third, 2 outs. Pitch on the way. Outside wide, ball 3. So a 3-0 count. Eovaldi at the end of his rope, 87 pitches in 4 2/3 innings. The 3-0 count. Eovaldi looks in, kicks and fires, swung on, foul back out of play, 95 miles an hour. Walker was trying to ambush him, but missed. It's 3-1. The 3-1. Down and in, ball 4. And that'll bring Bruce Bochy out. He's going to make a pitching change. Signals for the right-hander coming out of the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash. Texas trails by 2 here in the top of the 5th.
They should have x-rayed your head at the hospital. They did. And for your information, they found nothing.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
On November 13th, 1911, John Jordan O'Neill, who would one day become one of baseball's greatest ambassadors, was born in the Gulf Coast port town of Carabel, Florida, the grandson of a slave.
Every town had a baseball team. In my town, Carabel, they had a little local baseball team, and my father played on the baseball team. It was only 4 high schools in the state of Florida a black kid could attend. So just elementary education. Well, so I've got to go to the Sarah field. And in that Sarah field, I was a box boy. I'm sitting behind the boxes, one day, and it was hot in Florida, and I was sweaty, and that muck I'm itching, and I said, damn, it's got to be something better than this.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back in. Dane Denning goes to work. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The 0-1 pitch to Pham. Down and away for a ball. Runner on the move. Walker's going to go ahead and take second base. Heim fakes the throw down to second, hoping to catch Marte sneaking down the line, but he did not. So runners on second and third, 2 outs. The 1-1 to Tommy Pham. Swung on. Baltimore chopper high in the sky, making the play. Backhanded, fires it over to first, and they'll get Pham by about a half step, and that'll end the inning. And that is about the third Baltimore chopper we have seen already. But 5-3 is your score. We will be back in a flash, game 1 of the 2023 World Series.
Well, I have a date too.
Who is it? What's his name?
His name is not important. What's important is he's better than you in every conceivable way.
Damn, that could be anybody!
You're listening.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The famous Baltimore chop. They would intentionally hit down on the ball, hoping to get a large bounce, which would give the runner time to make it all the way to first base before the shortstop or second baseman could even field it. They would, opposing teams to combat this would flood the area in front of home plate so that when they hit down for the Baltimore chop, the ball would just stop there and the catcher would pick it up and throw the guy out at first. It was an entire set of strategies, tactics, and most importantly, attitudes, which I think that story reveals, that really defined baseball at the time.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Zach Gallen to Corey Seager. The strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Seager, no official at bat yet, has walked 2 times, scored a run. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Arizona clinging to a 2-run lead, and they've decided to let Gallen go back out there. 88 pitches in. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's belted down the right field line. Foul. Man, did it get out in a hurry. That thing was absolutely torched. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Gallen. Comes set. Lets her go. Swung on, grounded over to first. Walker's got it. Waves off Gallen. Steps on the pillow, and there's one away. Busy day here on Braves Country Radio. Tomorrow we got game number 2. 8:03 first pitch of the World Series. We've got the Armchair Quarterback Kickoff Show. 10 a.m. to noon, talking college football and NFL spreads. Also, the first part of our 7-part series on the World Series drops tomorrow. That'll be dropping at about 12:15 Eastern. First pitch on the way to Carter is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. 7-part series going over the history of the World Series and the big moments, what it means in general to American sports. The 0-1 pitch is fouled off. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Carter, 1 down. Gallen trying to get through 2 more outs, and he would qualify for a World Series win. You know you'd like to have that on your resume. The 0-2 pitch. Gallen comes set, lets her go, swung on, bangs that down the first base line. Foul. We'll do it again. Standing on deck is Adolis Garcia, Mitch Garver in the hole. Gallen at 93 pitches, so he's close to qualifying for the 5 innings, but he's also close to getting yanked. The 0-2 pitch. 94 up top, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Arizona 5, Texas 3. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Down below the knees. 2-2. Tried to get him to chase that changeup off the edge once again. 2-2 count. Garcia stands on deck. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the knuckle curve. Down and in, and there's 2 away. Good pitch. The 2 down. Adolis Garcia coming to the plate. He's had so many big hits the last few nights. Really helped will the Rangers to that come from behind victory over Houston. The first pitch on the way to Garcia is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-righty matchup in the dirt. Knuckle curve misses. Probably jumped in front of the plate by about a foot or so. 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over towards short. Perdomo's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out. 3 up, 3 down. Gallen is through 5. We'll be back in a flash. World Series game number 1.
Could you imagine how hot I'd be if I ate right and took care of my body? I mean, I ain't going to do it, but could you imagine?
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Guess what? We played basketball in gym today.
I love basketball.
It was 5-on-5.
Did you guys win?
Well, it was tied with like 10 seconds left in the game.
Nice.
And I was over there. I was like, Kevin, because Kevin had the ball. I was like, throw me the ball. I'm open. And he didn't see me, so I ran to the top. I was like, I'm open, Kevin. And then everybody on my team was like, Kevin, Derek's open. And he threw it to me. And I looked at the time, it's running down, and it's like 3, 2. And I just closed my eyes, and I just throw the ball up.
And
it went over the backboard.
Armchair.
On September 20th, 1914, more than 100,000 people filled Cleveland's Brookside Stadium to see the Telling Strollers beat the Hannah Cleaners 8-3.
The ones I remember are the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, who were semi-pro, I guess they were called in those days. And they had jobs around town, but the main thing they did was play baseball. And they were a tobacco-chewing crowd, and men were fearful that their daughters might go out with one of them, that kind of thing. They hung around the pool hall a lot when they weren't working or playing baseball. And they were all looking forward to a career.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Dane Dunning. Swing and a miss strike for Gurriel. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Gurriel 0 for 2 on the night. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded into the dirt. Over towards short. Seager's got it, flips it over to first. 6-3 put out, and there's one away. Arizona leads this one 5-3. Still a long way to go in this one, but a couple of big plays that have cost Texas. Of course, they keep showing the home run by Pham, but it was really that poor route that Taveras, the center fielder, took on the Corbin Carroll triple that should have been a single. First pitch on the way to Alec Thomas is off the plate wide here in the top of the sixth. It's 1-0. One down, top of the sixth inning, 2-run lead for Arizona. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike, 94 miles an hour. Good pitch by Dunning. Evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1. Bangs it foul. It's 1-2. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on, grounded into the hole. Backhanded by the second baseman, Simeon. He'll fire it over to first. Beating it out with his speed is an infield single for Alec Thomas. And there's 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the sixth. Good hustle by Thomas. Just dragged it in between second and short. Backhanding the ball and firing it over to first base. Simeon, really a nifty defensive play, but Thomas just way too fast to throw out. That'll bring Evan Longoria to the plate. Longoria takes the first pitch, 91 miles an hour. Out of the zone off the edge, but called for a wide strike. That's been the order of business for home plate umpire DJ Rayburn all night long. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Slider down and out of the zone, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swing, and fouls that out of play. 92 mile an hour, just a touch out of the zone. Rifles it foul towards the first base side, well into the stands. It's 1-2. He's gone sinker, slider, then back to the sinker again. The 1-2 pitch. Rocks and fires. Down and in. Down and away, excuse me. 2-2. 2-2 count, top of the sixth inning, 1 out. Runner on first with speed in the form of the center fielder, Alec Thomas. Righty-righty matchup. Longoria digs in. Dunning turns around, flips it over to first to keep Thomas close by. Good spinning move, but Thomas was well back in time. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. The 2-2 to Longoria. Dunning comes set, lets her go. Swung on, pops it up. Should be easy playable. It is for Garcia. He'll make the catch with his red glove out and right, and there's 2 away. So 2 down and a runner on first. Bochy is going to make a pitching change. How about that? He's going to come in, bring the left-hander in. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the 6th in a 2-run game.
Roger Connor of the New York Giants was the era's greatest home run hitter. He smashed 138 during his career, a record which would stand until Babe Ruth came along.
welcome back. Remember game 2 tomorrow night, 8:03 first pitch. Bullpen is going to bring in Bradford. Corey Bradford comes to the mound. The left-hander throws the first pitch. It swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Cody Bradford, 1 earned run in 5 2/3 innings this postseason. Trying to keep the score right here. Runner on first with speed, 2 outs. The 0-1. Bradford flips it over to first to keep Thomas close by. We'll do it again. Perdomo stands at the plate. On deck is Corbin Carroll, the 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way. Well out of sight of the zone, 82-mile-an-hour changeup. You have a changeup that's floating that high and that out of the zone. That could be trouble. The 2-1. Runner on first. If it gets down into the gap, it'll be trouble. The 2-1 pitch. Up high. Runner's on the move. Throws down to second. He is going to be safe. The ball gets away. Quickly reacting and keeping it in play. Into the infield is Seager. He was backing up Simeon on the play. The throw was a one-hopper and just got past Simeon. Thomas saw the ball get away. In fact, it hit him on the side. Trickled away, but not far enough for him to go much further. The 3-1 pitch to Perdomo. Inside first strike, it's 3-1. Perdomo had flipped down the bat and was heading to first. He'll have to go back and get the bat and get back into order. As you got a full count now. That pitch was a touch inside. See now why Perdomo assumed he was being walked. So a full count. Runner on second. 2 outs. Arizona leads it 5-3. The pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is going to get hit towards right field. A soft line drive. Making the catch is Simeon, and that'll end the inning. Arizona threatens but fails to score. We'll be back in a flash. Arizona leads it 5-3.
What kind of names were these kids calling you at the pool?
Meathead, Fatso, Lard Butt, Willie the Whale.
Porky, Hog, Fat Ass, Double Wide, Butterball, those sorts of things, right?
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. It's a tough time for any kid, and especially now as he stands naked under the world out there in right field, and they taunt him and they chant his name.
He takes his cap off and reacts to it. It's just been a tough time.
I tell you, it's a tough business. And the chant continues, the taunt of Strawberry. High fly ball to Strawberry. Wind blowing it. One away. Boy, they're really on his case. Oh.
Armchair.
No one ever saw anything graceful or picturesque about Wagner on the diamond. His movements have been likened to the gambols of a caracoling elephant. He's so ungainly and so bow-legged that when he runs, his limbs seem to be moving in a circle after the fashion of a propeller. But he can run like the wind. New York American.
A Pennsylvania coal miner who had once hoped to become a barber, Wagner became a star in the Iron and Oil League, and in 1900 joined the Pittsburgh Pirates, where he played shortstop for 18 years. He hit better than 315 seasons in a row, stealing 722 bases, setting league records for at-bats and number of games played that stood for 4 decades.
Welcome back. The night is done for Zach Gallen, right-hander coming out of the bullpen, and already we've got problems with the pitch comm. Ryan Thompson will be your reliever. Right-hander 10 2/3 innings so far. I think their bat boy just came back and brought a new pitch comm, and he says it's good to go. (2023) problems, right? Never had to deal with this before, never had to deal with the pitch clock before. So Thompson will come in. Right-hander with kind of a funky delivery. Will face Garver. The first pitch on the way from the 3/4 slot. Fires the pitch on the outer edge. Called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. Cannot wait to see DJ Rayburn's scorecard after this game. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1-1. The 1-1 swung on, banged on the ground over towards short. Perdomo's got it, fires it over to first. 6-3 putout gets Garver by about a step, and there's one away. So one down. You do wonder how they will build this out. They would have liked to have gotten another inning out of Gallen, with Ginkel most likely pitching the 8th and Sewald the 9th. Now, they could go a little longer with Ginkel and Thompson. They have done that before. You still have Mantaplay in play as well. First pitch on the way. Inside to Heim. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. 91-mile-an-hour sinker off the edge. 2-0. The 2-0. Rocks and fires inside, misses. Ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Nobody on, one out. Pitch on the way. Just misses outside. Ball 4. Thompson gets that first out and then quickly walks the second batter he faces on 4 pitches. That'll bring up the first baseman, Nathaniel Lowe, to the plate. Lowe takes the ball down and inside, takes it low for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there down the pipe, 90-mile-an-hour sinker. Taken all the way by Lowe. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back on the track at the wall, making the catch. On the warning track is Corbin Carroll, the right fielder, just before it left the building and tied the game. Holy cow. The reaction by Thompson made you think it had a real chance of leaving. He immediately looked dejected, then looked up and realized the ball was staying in the yard. So that'll bring Josh Young to the plate. Josh Young's 1 for 2. The first pitch on the way to Young is swung on. That ball is roasted up the middle. A worm burner just past the shortstop position. It'll get out into center field. Thomas will cut it off, and you got runners on first and second, and 2 away. Good piece of hitting by Young. That'll bring the number 9 hitter, Tavares, up to the plate. This Texas crowd hasn't had much to get excited about here the last few innings, but they're starting to wake up a little bit. Runner on first, runner on second, 2 outs. Runners will be moving at the crack of the bat. Thompson looks into Tavares. They want to have a quick powwow out there with Thompson, go over the game plan. While that happens, we'll go ahead and go down the scoreboard real quick, the out-of-town scoreboard. In the world of the NBA, well, my scoreboard froze up here for a second. Give me a second. It is finally woken back up, so we'll get you the scores here in a second. Looks like we're going to be back to the action. Mantiply is warming up, the left-hander. Thompson comes set, takes his foot off the rubber. So that'll be used as one of his moves. These are all finals in the NBA. The first pitch on the way to Tavares is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Thunder over the Cavs, 108-105. Celtics beat the Heat. Knicks beat the Hawks. Nuggets over the Grizzlies, and the Pistons over the Hornets. All the other games are still in action. The 1-0 pitch swung on, chopped foul off the plate. 1-1. So a 1-1 count with runners on first and second, 2 outs. Arizona clinging to a 2-run lead. Thompson, 13 pitches into this inning. Comes set, the pitch on the way, right there at the knees for a strike, 78-mile-an-hour slider, and it's 1-2. The Thompson 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. Only one real game to mention in college football tonight. Florida Atlantic all over Charlotte 31-16 in the fourth. The 1-2 pitch is banged off the plate, foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Thompson comes set. With Simeon and Seager due up, the 1-2 pitch swung on, fouled down the line. We'll do it again. Thompson may be left in there to face Simeon. You would think Mantiply will come in to face Seager and Carter. So if Arizona can get out of this jam right here, you might see Thompson go back out for the first batter of the 7th inning and build it that way. The 1-2 from Thompson. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky. Will it stay in play? Coming over, making the catch is Moreno just before the dugout, and that'll end the inning. Texas threatens but fails to score. We'll be back in a flash, heading to the 7th inning in Game 1 of the 2023 World Series.
I accidentally spent $800 on phone sex.
I was doing my makeup in the rearview mirror and I ran over your golf clubs.
I burned a hole in your favorite dress.
You didn't get that promotion because I called your boss a fat ass at the Christmas party.
Well, I purposely dropped that bowling ball on your foot so you couldn't go to your high school reunion.
I'm 2 years older than you think I am.
Tonight, the information superhighway and one of its main thoroughfares, an online network called Internet.
The Internet, a global hookup that permits computers to exchange information. In 1981, only 213 computers were hooked to the Internet. As the new year begins, an estimated 2.5 million computers will be on the network, serving as many as 20 million people.
5 years from now, we're not going to have distinct cable and telephone industries. There's going to be one industry, and there'll be companies carrying bits, little pieces of information from point A to point B.
There are also interactive TV channels where people order movies on demand instead of driving to the local video store. High schoolers can get practice questions for the Scholastic Aptitude Test. These new services add about $10 a month to the average cable TV bill.
The Dodgers' best pitcher was Dazzy Vance, a hefty right-hander with an 83-inch reach, who had been the dominant strikeout pitcher of the 1920s. He literally had a trick up his sleeve.
You couldn't hit him on a Monday. He'd cut the sleeve of his undershirt to the elbow, and on that part of it he'd use lye to make it white, and the rest he didn't care how dirty it was. Then he'd pitch overhand out of the apartment houses in the background at Ebbets Field, between the bleached sleeve of his undershirt waving and the Monday wash hanging out to dry, the diapers and undies and sheets flapping on the clothesline. You lost the ball entirely. He threw balls by me I never even saw. Rube Bressler.
Welcome back. Cody Bradford stays in the game to face Corbin Carroll. The first pitch to Carroll is a strike right there. Start off the at bat, it's 0-1. Four-seam fastball comes in at 89. The 0-1 pitch, lefty-lefty matchup. Off the plate, wide high. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Bradford comes set, the 9th pitch of his outing. That ball is going to get dropped down for a bunt, and Carroll comes flying down the line. Does he beat that throw? Lovella wants to hold up and see if he may want to challenge that. It was close. It was really close. He flipped the ball up. To see that one more time. Hits the glove. I think he just got him. It was close. But I think they just got him. So they will not challenge. That'll bring up Marte to the plate. Ketel Marte takes the first pitch right there for the strike at the knees. 90-mile-an-hour four-seamer. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lifts and lets it go. Swung on, grounded up the middle. It's going to be a tough play for Simeon. He throws off his back foot. Does he get him? They gun him down. This is going to be a close play. If he got him, that is an impressive throw because he was going off against his body, heading towards the dugout, throwing off his front foot, mind you, and he did. He got him by about a half, maybe a quarter step. That was an unbelievable athletic play by Simeon. So 2 down, top of the 7th inning. And that is going to bring in, looks like they're going to head to the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash. Looks like the right-hander is coming in. Arizona leads it by 2. Welcome back. Right-hander coming into the game. Try to get this final out. Pitch on the way. John Gray, the pitcher. The 0-1 pitch. Called for a strike on the outer edge. Down and away, it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high into right field. Making a leaping catch is Garcia just before the warning track, and that'll end the inning. So faces one batter, gets the out. We will head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch. It's the 7th inning stretch.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight!
Welcome back. 5-3 is your score as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. And there is some news to pass along, not sports related, but the main mass shooting suspect, Robert Card, is found dead. Evidently took his own life. As that story continues to develop, his body was found. He is found dead. That was in the Lewiston, Maine shooting that took place a couple of nights ago. Joe Mantiplea will come on as we try to transition from that heavy news. Mantiplea, the left-hander, will actually start the inning. He'll face Simeon. First pitch on the way, 81-mile-an-hour pitch, and that pitch was well off the plate. Wide, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Simeon got a strange look on his face. I can't blame him. That is an odd call. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Ginkle is warming up in the bullpen. Mantiplea would be expected to face the first three batters here, and then I would think they will probably go to Ginkle no matter what the situation is the 0-2 pitch is a changeup in the dirt. It's 1-2. It's Simeon, the right-hander, then the left-handers, Seager and Carter. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is lifted into left field. Coming in, making the catch is Gurriel. And there's one away. You get into these playoff games and you start playing the out game if you're the opposing manager. So right now, trying to figure out a way to get 8 more outs before Texas scores 2 more runs. That'll bring Corey Seager to the plate. Seager swings at the first pitch, bangs it off his instep. It's 0-1. they could pinch hit for Carter. He's swung the bat so well, you would think they'd want to leave him in the game because there's a good chance his spot will come around in the ninth. And would have to face, assuming that they still have the lead, would face the right-hander. See, I would think they would keep him in the game. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Sinker down and in. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way, well out of the zone. 1-2. The 1-2. Rocks and fires. Swung on. Bang foul down the line. We'll do it again. Arizona 5, Texas 3. Nobody on, 1 out. Lefty-lefty matchup. Mantiply comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Swung over the top of the sinker, down and in around the ankles, and there's 2 away. First pitch on the way to Carter. They do leave him in. Lefty-lefty matchup. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Mantiply. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Bangs that foul down the first base line towards the dugout. 1-1. The 1-1. Here we go again with this pitch comm nonsense again. Mantiply says it's not working. You know, the first thing that comes to mind is there's no one on base. What's stopping you from using signs? They'll go into the dugout and get another one of those pitch comms. These things are so cheaply made and they have so many issues with them. They've got to find a new provider during the off season. I don't think they do well. Probably because it's being held right where these guys sweat. It's getting wet. And that's probably shorting it out. So a 1-1 count as we get back to work. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Curveball on the edge, it's 1-2. They leave Carter in with 2 outs and nobody on. Really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to pull your pinch hitters. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. The 2-2. Mantiply swing, and the ball is bounced over to first. Will it stay fair? Walker grabs it, steps on the bag. First base umpire Alfonso Marquez says that the ball went foul. So we'll do it over again at 2-2. Looking at the replay. Yeah, it looked like it did go foul. I don't know how Marquez saw that other than the fact he just assumed because he was blocked by the play. But a good assumption, the ball was foul by the time he caught it. So a 2-2 count to Carter. Spores is warming up in the Texas bullpen. You got to figure we're going to see him next inning. The pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up high over towards Short, it'll be a soft pop fly out, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. The Arizona Diamondbacks clinging to a 2-run lead.
We have no midsize available at the moment.
I don't understand. I made a reservation. Do you have my reservation?
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, we ran out of cars.
But the reservation keeps the car here. That's why you have the reservation.
I know why we have reservations.
I don't think you do.
If you grew up in Gen X, you had your parents who told you every single day that you were like 1 second away from being murdered or kidnapped. Every single day. We had to get our fingerprints and our photo taken every school year in case we got kidnapped. And if that wasn't traumatizing enough, they put all the missing kids on the side of our milk carton that we drank at lunch. We had to practice what we would do if we caught on fire because they made it seem like we were going to catch on fire all the time. Every time you got on the escalator with your mom, you were doing something wrong. You were too close to this, your shoe was too untied. They insisted that if we made one wrong move on that escalator, we were going to get sucked down into those metal teeth and like put in like ground beef. I still have anxiety about escalators. They made us think we were going to die all the time.
Armchair.
You have to have moments that give you pleasure with your children or your hobbies or your games. And life can't all be big issues and heart surgery. You need something to give up. Something has to bring joy into the day. I've always thought that the 6 months during the baseball season, there was something in the day that wasn't there the other 6 months in winter. It was not that you had to listen to the game, but that you could if you needed it.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Christian Walker by John Gray is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Arizona 5, Texas 3. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back off the catcher's protective gear. It's 0-2. The 0-2 righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Walker down on strikes again. Just had a miserable postseason. Really is remarkable that they have gone on this run with him doing absolutely nothing in the postseason. Of course, I guess you could say the same thing for Texas with Jacob deGrom. So 1 down and Tommy Pham will come to the plate. Pham, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. 97 miles an hour right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Arizona 5, Texas 3, top of the 8th inning. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. 0-2. Oh, excuse me, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way. Down and in. Good take by Pham. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Gray. Pham digs in. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again. So a 2-2 count, top of the 8th inning. Nobody on, 1 out. Gray comes set. Lets it go. Swing and fouls it away 97 miles an hour on the outer edge. We'll do it again. Texas trying to keep the score right here where it is. They got 2 more shots. Bottom of the 8th and the bottom of the 9th. Top of the order will be faced again. The 2-2 from Gray. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Tommy Pham down on strikes. His second strikeout of the day. Does have a home run, though. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. Lourdes Gurriel comes to the plate. Gurriel, he's 0 for 3 with a strikeout, 2 groundouts. He has done not much in the postseason. Does have a couple home runs, but batting just .235. First pitch on the way to Gurriel's 96 inside. Remember, he came over in the trade from Toronto. They had a surplus of outfielders. The 1-0 to Gurriel. Gray comes set, lets her go. Swing and a miss. 1-1. One count. Kicks and deals. Caught looking. 97 right down the pipe. It's 1-2. Absolutely froze Gurriel. What's being reported is that Robert Card self-inflicted gunshot wound is what killed him. As far as when it happened, and supposedly it was in the wooded area that they'd been searching. The 1-2 pitch misses inside. Out of the zone, it's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Gurriel. 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's going to get laced into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And the Arizona Diamondbacks have a runner on with 2 away. Been a while since they've had a threat. It'll bring Alec Thomas to the plate. Arizona trying to extend their lead. They lead by 2 here in the 8th inning. They know how quickly Texas can score. This would be a big game number 1 for Arizona to steal. John Gray comes set, fires the first pitch in, 97 miles an hour, way high out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Gray comes set, looks in the runner, the pitch on the way, swing, and fouls it straight back. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Longoria. Perdomo in the hole if they can keep it going. Alec Thomas, 2 for 3 on the day. The speedster from the left side of the plate awaits. The 1-1. Down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. 97 miles an hour. It's ball 3, 3-1. Arizona 5, Texas 3. Top of the 8th inning, 2 outs. The 3-1 pitch. On the way, swing and pops it up. Chase one high out of the zone. They're going to come in and try to make a play. It is going to just get out of the reach of Josh Young, who had a long way to go. Carter kind of Cadillacing over there towards the ball. I don't think he thought it was going to stay in play. He could have gotten to it. See if that comes back to bite him. So a full count, which means Gurriel will be on the run. Thomas digs in. 2 outs. Gray comes set. Runner goes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 up top on the outer edge, and that'll end the inning. When we come back, the heart of the Texas Rangers order is coming to the plate.
Listen, if you feed your kid frozen pizza or chicken nuggets for dinner, you are a terrible parent. I don't care what it takes. You take the time out and you put that in the microwave.
Today we're going to talk about the career of Rod Carew. He made his major league debut April 11th, 1967. He had a career-high 5 hits against Washington on May 8th, 1967. On May 20th, 1967, he became the first Minnesota Twins player to hit for the cycle. All of these things happened in his first 2 months in the major leagues. He was an 18-time All-Star. He only missed 1 All-Star game in his career. In 1969, he stole home 7 times. Only Ty Cobb has stolen home more in 1 season. He hit 300 or better from 1969 to 1983. He never struck out 100 times in a season. He won 7 batting titles in his career and 4 straight from 1972 to 1975. He would miss out on a 5th straight batting title by .002. He led the American League in hits 3 times in his career. Over his 19-year career, he batted .328, had 3,053 hits, scored 1,424 runs, stole 353 bases, and had a .393 on-base percentage. He also won an MVP award in 1977. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 with 90.5% of the vote.
America's entry into World War I was very near in the spring of 1917. Millions had died on battlefields in Europe, and Americans could no longer stand by. Baseball was eager to show that it was ready to do its part. Van Johnson ordered teams to learn close order drill, and the Washington Senators showed off their marching skill, led by the athletic young Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Welcome back. Ginkel is on for the Diamondbacks, fires the first pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-righty matchup to Garcia. Misses high and out of the zone, 4-seam fastball. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. 96 up top. Just misses high and inside, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Ginkel coming on, trying to spell the 9th inning, which would leave Sewald for the for the 8th inning, leaving Sewald for the 9th. A combination that has paid off well for these Arizona Diamondbacks here in October. The 2-1 pitch just grabs the outer edge. Are they saying that's ball 4? Garcia's heading down to first. Okay, no. It's 3-1. Garcia must not have realized the first pitch was called a strike. So a 3-1 count. Pitch on the way. Fastball right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 3-2. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. The full count. Garver stands on deck. Texas trails by 2. The payoff pitch. Swung on, grounded over towards third. Backhanded by Longoria. That's going to be a foul ball. Garcia will head back to the plate. Garcia wincing a little bit. I don't know if that's just because of the result or something may be wrong. It's getting back in the box, so it appears to everything be okay. Righty-righty matchup. The 7th pitch of the at-bat. The payoff pitch. Swing and pops it back foul out of play. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. So a pretty good matchup here. A 3-2 count. The 8th pitch, payoff pitch. Swung on, grounded up the middle, underneath the diving glove of Perdomo, and it's a leadoff single for the Texas Rangers. Good piece of hitting by Garcia. Roasted up the middle. 1 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. Just under the glove of Perdomo. I think he actually might have got a piece of it. First pitch on the way to Garver is inside off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Mitch Garver, 0 for 2. A walk, an RBI in the 3rd. Batting .278 this postseason. The 1-0 pitch, right there at the knees for a strike. Looked like the slider. It's 1-1. Garcia stands on first. Garver at the plate. Heim is on deck, low in the hole. The 1-1. Ginkel comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Kind of a half-hearted swing on the slider that dipped out of the zone. I think that pitch just really fooled him. So a 1-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. He would love to induce a ground ball to get a double play. Garver, though normally designated hitter, catcher by trait, does not have a lot of speed. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 97 miles an hour up top. Top shelf in the corner, and there's one away. So 1 down. Garcia stands on first. The batter is now Heim. The first pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. Fastball misses up top. It's 1-0. Jonah Heim, 0 for tonight. Righty-lefty combo. The 1-0 pitch up top. Did not get the call there. 2-0. Moreno, the hind catcher, really wanted that call. He paused before he threw it back to the plate. It was right there, borderline. But Rayburn's had such a bad night behind the plate. Everything's being guessed. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball gets away. Garcia will easily make it down to second on the wild pitch. The count is now 2-1. It was a slider in the dirt. Kicked well wide of the dish. Moreno really didn't have a prayer to stop that ball. So runner in scoring position now with one out. The 2-1 to Heim. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses high. Ball 3. (3-1) count. Standing on deck is Lowe. Ginkel in a bit of trouble here. The runner on second, one out. The 3-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back over the third base dugout. It's 3-2. D-backs 5, Rangers 3. Bottom of the 8th inning. A full count to Heim. Garcia on second. Heim representing the tying run. But an important run there at second. If they can get Garcia in, make a comeback a lot easier in the 9th. The full count to Heim. Ginkel pitches, the payoff pitch, swing, and fouls that down the left field line again. Out of play. Ginkel, 18 pitches already in this inning, has only recorded one out. The 3-2, payoff pitch. Swung on, banged that foul towards the first base dugout on the Texas side. We'll do it again at a full count. Ginkel really laboring, working slow. Raises the glove. Spins around. Does not offer to second base, but that will be one of his moves. He's pretty much a fastball slider pitcher. High 90s to high 80s. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back 97 miles an hour. We'll do it again. You got to figure the more Heim sees those two pitches, he's more likely to hook up with one of them. Full count. The 9th pitch of the at-bat. Ginkel lets her fly. This is down low, ball 4. So Ginkel has put 2 runners on, has only retired one. That'll bring Nathaniel Lowe to the plate. Josh Young stands on deck. Arizona's going to have a quick powwow there at the mound. We'll be back in a flash. Game on the line. Runners on first and second, and one away.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
We've got runners on first and second. One out. Nathaniel Lowe, the left-hander, coming to the bat. The right-hander, Young, stands on deck. First pitch on the way to Lowe is a fastball, misses high. 94 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Ginkel is thrown 22 pitches. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 94. Bout letter high. It's 1-1. He's thrown 24 pitches and only recorded 1 out. You do wonder how much gas he has in the tank. Arizona's been off the last few days, so that wouldn't be the case, but the fact that he's a reliever about to hit 30 pitches. The 1-1 from Ginkel. Rocks and fires. Swing and a miss. 94 up top. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. So Wald, the closer, is warming up in the bullpen. You know, Luvella does not want to waste Ginkel's outing here. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted into left field. That's going to get into the glove of Gurriel. Charging in and making the catch into shallow left field. The runners will retreat, and there's 2 away. Lowe just kind of got tied up on that one. Kept just enough air underneath it for the left fielder to come underneath and make the catch. So 2 down, a big second out. Ginkel will try to finish off the inning here, facing the right-handed, powerful bat of Josh Young. Righty-righty matchup. Runner on first, runner on second. 2 outs. They'll be running at the crack of the bat. Arizona leads at 5-3. First pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled over the first base dugout. Out of play. It's 0-1. Fastball came in high and inside. Right in there on the fists. The 0-1. Ginkel comes set. Looks back Garcia at second. The 0-1 pitch. 94 up top. Misses high. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way, swung on, banged on the ground over towards short. Perdomo's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout, getting Young by about a step or so. That'll end the inning. Texas threatens but fails to score. We're heading to the 9th inning, game 1 of the 2023 World Series. Arizona leads it 5-3.
Heavenly Father, we thank you tonight for all your blessings. You said in all things give thanks. So we want to thank you tonight. Thank you for the Dodges and the Toyotas. Thank you for the Fords. And most of all, Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife. In Jesus' name, boogity, boogity, boogity. Amen.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today, we go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The Indians were confident, outspoken, and quick to remind Atlanta that they had lost both World Series they had played. But thanks to their superb pitching, Atlanta won 3 out of the first 5 games. In Game 6, Bobby Cox sent Tom Glavine out to try to secure the Braves' first World Series title since 1957, when they were in Milwaukee. Atlanta fans who had booed Glavine unmercifully on opening day for being a player representative cheered him on as he went to work on Cleveland's powerful lineup. Glavine pitched away from batters all night, continually locating his fastballs and changeups along the outside edges of the plate. He allowed just one hit in 8 innings. David Justice's solo home run in the 6th was all the scoring the Braves would need.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from John Gray is right there for a strike. Devin Longoria on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Started him off with the slider. Gray, 24 pitches into the night. Of course, he is a starter during the regular season. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Texas hoping Gray can keep them close in this game, keep it a 2-run lead, and then turn it over to the Texas bats in the 9th as they'll face Sewald. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Jonathan Gray, 4 strikeouts, pitching really well. You know, the questions will start coming from the Rangers fans on why he's not getting a chance to pitch a little more. So 1 down, top of the 9th. Tomorrow will be Jordan Montgomery versus Merrill Kelly. That'll be another good pitching matchup. Looks like they're going to lift Gray. Thought they might have him pitch a little bit more, but instead we'll get a pitching change here. Looks like it's going to be our old friend Will Smith when we come back.
Kelly was the trickiest player who ever handled a baseball. There was nothing he would not attempt. Baseball rules were never made for Kel.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so...
Welcome back. Will Smith comes in. The left-hander fires the first pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Perdomo, swung on, popped up, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. Corbin Carroll stands on deck. It's the real reason why Will Smith is in, though Perdomo a much better hitter from the left side. The 0-2 pitch, down and in, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Arizona leads it by 2, top of the 9th inning. The 1-2 from Smith. Kicks and fires, down and in, 2-2. Looking ahead to the Texas 9th inning. They'll have the number 9 hitter Tavares due up, and then the top of the order. Simeon, Seager, and if anybody gets on, Carter, Garcia. The 2-2 from Smith. Swung on, banged off the ground over to third. Young's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out for out number 2. So 2 down, and the leadoff hitter, Corbin Carroll, comes to the plate. Carroll had a big, what was logged as a triple, but it was really a defensive miscue, mental miscue by the center fielder Tavares. Took the wrong route to cut it off, and the ball rolled all the way to the wall. With Corbin's speed as the first pitch misses high, and out of the zone, it's 1-0. Lucky that Carroll didn't come all the way around for an inside the Parker. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into right field. Going up for it. Making a leaping grab is Alice Garcia. Holy cow, what a catch. We'll be back in a flash. Texas grabs the bats. Bottom of the 9th.
How so?
How so? I'll tell you how so. She's bald.
What do you mean bald?
What do you think I mean bald? Bald. Bald, bald.
She's bald.
She's bald.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Yeah, the All-American man. Found a rattlesnake by the shed door, told Grandpa, and he said, well, you know where the pistol is. I was 8.
Armchair.
And with 2 out, you talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. Trying to catch lightning right now. Sachs waiting on deck. But the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
Now, new heroes emerged from Ruth's shadow. Luke Appling, Johnny Mize, Earl Averill. Mel Ott of the Giants was so feared at the plate that he was once intentionally walked with the bases loaded. Hack Wilson of the Cubs hit even harder than he drank. 1 year batting in 190 runs. Still a major league record. One writer said that Wilson was built along the lines of a beer keg and not unfamiliar with its contents.
Welcome back. Paul Sewald is being called in to slam the door. 33-year-old veteran, 3.12 ERA in the regular season. But so far this postseason, 6 for 6 in save opportunities, 8 innings pitched, no earned runs. The right-hander fires the first pitch, 91-mile-an-hour cutter on the outer edge, called for a strike. Tyrus does not like it. It's 0-1. Another wide strike call by home plate umpire DJ Rayburn. The 0-1 pitch, 92 four-seam misses high, 1-1. The 1-1 from Sewald. Rocks and fires, 92 on the edge. Did he go around? Like I said, he did not. Pitch hit in the same area, exact same spot as the first pitch, but that one was called the ball by Rayburn, so go figure. The 2-1. Outside wide, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Sewald comes out of the pen and can't find the strike zone. Top of the order is standing on deck. The 3-1 pitch, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. Those 5 pitches, 4 called for balls. All 5 were well out of the strike zone. Manuel Rivera come in to play third base, defensive replacement for Longoria. Simeon 0 for 4 digs in. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Calling it a sweeper, but it's much more like a slider. It's got biting action, the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, that ball is rifled down the left field line. Just foul. And I mean just foul. It's 0-2. Arizona 5, Texas 3. Bottom of the 9th inning. Game 1 of a 7-game series. We'll have every game here, pitch by pitch, play by play, here on Braves Country Radio. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Up top right in his kitchen. Under the hands, and there's one away. Big out number 1 by Sewald. But he's far from out of the woods yet. He's got Seager coming to the plate, the most dangerous hitter on either team. And Carter, one of the hottest hitters, standing on deck. The first pitch on the way, that ball's gone. Belted into the deep right field seats. Ramalama ding dong, zip boom bam. We've got a tie ball game in the bottom of the 9th of game 1 of your World Series. Sewald knew it instantly. Corey Seager knew it instantly. He swung the bat and instantly yelled out, knowing that ball was gone and it was staying fair. That ball was absolutely smoked into the upper deck. Like we just said, the most dangerous batter on either team just went yard, and it's 5-5. First pitch on the way to Carter is right there on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The Texas faithful are finally awake. Haven't shown a whole lot of life this game after the first inning, but they are standing on their feet now. The 0-1 pitch is fouled back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Time is called. Carter taking his timeout. Five game. Bottom of the 9th. 1 out. The 0-2 pitch. Outside wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Sewald, who had been absolutely flawless, coughs up the 2-run lead here in the ninth. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and pops it back foul. It's 1-2. That was an absolute just money. You couldn't have put it on a tee better for him. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on. Foul back again. We'll do it again. Arizona 5, Texas 5, bottom of the ninth. The 1-2. Garcia stands on deck with 1 out. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Came him out of his shoes there on the slider, and there's 2 away. He was trying to hit the top of the zone inside with that pitch. It's where the catcher's was set up, but he hung it about belt high. First pitch on the way to Garcia is right down the pipe, taken all the way for a strike. It's 0-1. Alice Garcia, 4 for 10 lifetime against Sewald. Does have a home run, so he could walk it off if he did the same here. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Righty-righty matchup. Time is called. The 0-2 pitch from Sewald. Leans and fires. I apologize, but my feed has gone dead. I don't know what the hell. They went to a commercial. It says Garcia was hit by a pitch. So I'm going to wait for them to come back from whatever commercial break they just went to. You got to be kidding me. I've got the stream feed up that's several seconds behind. They'll eventually catch up with it. But supposedly Garver's at the bat and Atlas Garcia was hit by a pitch. All right, now they're back. I'm going to take their word for it. I think he was hit by a pitch. First pitch on the way to Garver. Atlas Garcia takes off. He steals second, and he is in there with the head first slide, and there's 2 away. The pitch was high and out of the zone. It's a 1-0 count. So we do apologize there a second ago. The local feed went to commercial like a couple of chowderheads. Natalis Garcia, I guess, was hit by a pitch, steals the first pitch, and now they're going to go ahead and automatically walk Garver. And this is because Heim was pulled earlier in the game. And so his replacement is coming to the plate in Hedges. Heim was pulled for a pinch runner last time up. First pitch on the way to Hedges, a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Austin Hedges, righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Runners on first and second, but the only one that matters is Garcia, who represents the winning run. The 0-2 from Sewald. Leans and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. We are getting extra innings, free baseball in Game 1 of the World Series. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio. Welcome back. Jose Leclerc is coming in, the closer for the Rangers. See how he fares. He got pounded around a little bit in the Astros series. The first pitch on the way to Ketel Marte is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. 5-5 your score. We're in extra innings here in Game 1 of the World Series. The 0-1 pitch, 97 inside, 1-1. Marte, Moreno, Walker due up. The 1-1 pitch, 96 at the knees. Taken all the way by Marte, 1-2. 2, 3, and 4 hitters. If anybody gets on, Pham and then Gurriel. The 1-2. Swing and slices that foul out of play. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Leclerc. Swung on, that ball is laced over to second. One hopper. Simeon's got it, and it's a 4-3 put out and one away. So one down. Top of the 10th inning. First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. Did he go around? So, said Moreno held up. It's 1-0. The 1-0 righty-righty matchup. Grabs it outside for a strike. Good cutter there. It's 1-1. Moreno 0 for 4. Been fairly quiet this postseason. The 1-1 pitch. 98 miles an hour, nowhere near the zone. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. The 2-2. Nobody on. Tie game here in the top of the 10th inning. Leclerc comes set. The pitch on the way. 98 up top misses. Ball 3. Full count and standing on deck is Walker. He's been in one heck of a slump. It'd be a great time for him to come out. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. Moreno just missed that one. It went straight back to the screen. Anytime you see that, that was almost pay dirt. So a full count. Jose comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 miles an hour, blew his doors right off on the outer edge, and there's 2 away. Looked like Moreno might have actually gotten just a sliver of that. Catcher was able to hold on for it for a foul tip strike. First pitch on the way to Walker is a swing and a miss, down and in. Nowhere near the zone is 0-1. Christian Walker batting .167 in the postseason. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, nowhere near it. It's 0-2. An abysmal showing for Christian Walker, their cleanup hitter. Kyle Nelson, the left-hander, is warming up in the bullpen. The 0-2 pitch. Texas fans starting to wake up again. Some of them are standing on their feet. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. Another bad at bat by Christian Walker. That'll be an easy out. We'll head to break. Heading to the bottom of the 10th. 1 run will end this game. Welcome back. Bottom of the 10th inning. Nelson is on, the left-hander, an 0-2 count to low. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way, down and away for a ball. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Kyle Nelson. Nowhere near the zone, down and away, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The 2-2 pitch on the way, inside, ball 3. Diamondbacks trying to bounce back here after Paul Sewald choked away a 2-run lead of the 9th. And Nelson loses the first batter he faces, a leadoff walk to start the inning. That'll bring the number 8 hitter, Josh Young, to the plate. He's 2 for 4 with 2 singles, batting .306 in the series. Nelson taking his time to come set. The pitch on the way, swing, and fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. You would think a loss like this would be crushing for Arizona, but honestly, I don't think it will be. They're playing with house money, and I don't think they expected to even be in that game one. The fact that they were even in it was a huge surprise to them. Once you get to where they were, you hated to lose the lead, but I don't think it's going to be as devastating if it would have been a team that was a heavy favorite. The 1-1 pitch swung on, banged over to short. Perdomo's got it, fires it to second, and he fires it over to first, and that's going to be a 6-4-3 rally-killing double play. Good defensive play by Perdomo. He was on his back foot as that ball was hit deep in the hole, had to fire it over to Marte, and Marte, great job of getting it down to first. I did not think they were going to turn that. Josh Young for a third baseman runs pretty well. That'll bring Letty Tavares to the plate. Letty over from the right side now, the switch hitter facing the southpaw. First pitch on the way, right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Letty's 0 for 3. No ghost runner rule here in the 10th inning. The 0-1 misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. The MLB postseason, there is no ghost runner, so take it back a few years to when baseball decided their games, as they always had, in extra innings. So a 1-2 count to Tavares after a swinging strike at the slider. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Down and in, 2-2. Nelson can ill afford to nibble here. The top of the order is due up next. The 2-2, nibbling again, down and in, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Pitching around the number 9 hitter is going to get you in trouble. The 3-2 pitch misses inside, ball 4. So Nelson nibbling away has now walked the winning run to first. He will now face Marcus Semien, and standing on deck is the man of the hour, Corey Seager. Semien stepping out because here comes, geez, they got to get the Arizona Diamondbacks pitching coach a scooter. Because he is out there like every damn inning. So they're having a powwow up there at the mound talking about what they're going to do with Semien. Tomorrow, the Armchair Quarterback Kickoff Show, 10 a.m. to noon. They got everything in order, and he's heading back to the dugout. Nelson, sure he got some kind of a talking to. Probably something on the line of, what are you, an idiot? You pitched around the number 9 hitter to get to Marcus Semien. First pitch on the way to Semien is swung on. He roasts that into left field. Not a shock there. Base hit. And the winning run stands at second. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. And Seager, now the man at the bat. First pitch on the way to Seager is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and deals, down and in, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Nelson once again nibbling. Carter stands on deck. Winning run at second that he walked on. The 2-1-2-0 pitch swung on, banged over to second, fires it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 11th in a tie game. 5 runs, 8 hits for Arizona. 5 runs, 8 hits for Texas. We'll be back in a flash. Game 1 of the 2023 World Series.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pick of some down on the right side.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Tommy Pham was a strike, and the 0-1 pitch is swung on, popped up, soft fly ball to left field, and there's one away. One down. Lourdes Gurriel comes to the plate. First pitch on the way is swung on, tap foul, back behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-righty matchup as Leclerc stays in. Pitch on the way, down and away, 1-1, excuse me. So a 1-1 count. Leclerc lets her fly. 97 outside wide. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. 1-2. Gurriel asks for time. Starlin Castro is warming up in the Arizona bullpen. Most NL fans know that's almost waving a white flag. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. Do it again. Texas 5, Arizona 5. Paul Sewald choked away a 2-run lead in the 9th inning, giving up a 2-run jack to Corey Seager. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gurriel down on strikes once again. And there's 2 away. First pitch on the way to Thomas is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Alec Thomas 2 for 4. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. One count, down and in. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Leclerc is at 25 pitches, by the way. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky, coming in, making the catch is Josh Young in foul territory. That'll end the inning. Leclerc, 26 pitches. Got to figure that he will not be available tomorrow. We'll be back in a flash. Heading to the bottom of the 11th.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible, I'll use...
Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo, check, hey, Short Ox, Luda Raiders! Time out!
Oh, wow, I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. Out to the play. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
Not a room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in.
The fundamental reason for the popularity of the game is the fact that it is a national safety valve. A young, ambitious, and growing nation needs to let off steam. Baseball serves the same purpose as a revolution in Central America or a thunderstorm on a hot day. A tonic, an exercise, baseball is second only to death as a leveler. So long as it remains our national game, America will abide no monarchy, and anarchy will be too slow.
Welcome back. Evan Carter will be the batter. Kyle Nelson still out there pitching. First pitch on the way from Nelson is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Lefty matchup. Carter 2 for 5 on the night. The 0-1 pitch down and away. 1-1. Carter threw 19 pitches that last half inning he was out there. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Down and away. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky. Should be easy playable. Corbin Carroll makes the catch and there's one down. So one down. And buckle up. Starlin Castro's coming in to face Garcia. We might be seeing a walk-off here. We'll be back in a flash.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it! We're never having sex again!
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Well, you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92, and I still enjoy swimming and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all, at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
There's a lot of wonderful stillness in baseball that I love. Many seconds of stillness. When the pitcher has got the sign, the batter is crouched, the ball players all lean forward with their hands on their knees, and then very shortly the ball is delivered. But in that tiny period when the pitch and the fever of the crowd is tangible, there's a moment of absolute stillness that I treasure.
Welcome back. Miguel Castro comes in to face Adolis Garcia. First pitch on the way to Garcia is nowhere near the zone. In fact, it is a wild pitch. It's 1-0. Very, very interesting choice for Lovella to go to, with the power hitting Garcia standing at the plate. Castro known for his fly ball home runs. 1-0 pitch. That pitch is nowhere near the zone, in the dirt. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Garcia came out of his shoes out of a pitch well out of the zone. 2-1. He decided to swing at that pitch around Wednesday morning. The 2-1 pitch. Down in the dirt. 3-1. So Castro has come out of the pen, thrown 4 pitches, none of them in the zone, 3 of them wildly out of the zone. The 3-1 from Castro. On the way. Boom! And that ball's hit high and deep, going back. And did I call it or did I call it? The game is over. Starlin Castro, the walking walk-off, gives up the walk-off home run and continues to be a disaster. Texas wins it 6-5 after leading 5-3. Arizona gives up a 2-run shot in the 9th, which Sewald, you have to throw the loss on him. And then it didn't help the fact that Lovello put Castro in to face a home run hitter. That'll end the game. We're taking off. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Rangers win 6-5 on a head-scratching move by Lovello and the Arizona Diamondbacks.